music to the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine pulling Kelly, get caught in the fake. Facts and logic with a twist of chest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor pulls the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity when they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Steampunk Kelly with a set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow.
Hello and welcome to The Punch Show, the very first episode of the year 2026. So last year was my first full year of doing this podcast, which I don't know if saying it was a full year is quite accurate. I kind of stopped and started a few times, but near the end of the year, I started to find a rhythm, and I feel like I ended on a high note, and I want to thank everybody that's been watching and helping me get to where I've gotten. I really appreciate you guys for not only watching but also commenting. Even if you disagree with me, I think that the conversation is a conversation that needs to be had. And I appreciate being able to converse, period. Even when it's people who agree with me, and even when it's people who disagree with me. So appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching. And let's get on with today's show. We've got a lot to cover. The first thing I want to cover is this. I don't know if you heard about it, but there's a Wall Street Journal report that has come out that Trump was actually sending teen workers from the spa to Epstein's house, like back in the glory days of Epstein. So I'm going to share with you my dashboard screen on this. And I imagine there's going to be some defensiveness from Trump supporters on this. So the Trump-Epstein timeline, or Epstein, I don't know, say it however you want. A Wall Street Journal investigation, new evidence emerges. The Wall Street Journal investigation published on, hang on, I need to take care of this reflex issue. Wall Street Journal investigation published on December 30th, 2024, reveals Mar-a-Lago spa sent young workers, including teenagers, to Jeffrey Epstein's mansion for years, despite staff warnings about inappropriate behavior. The practice allegedly continued even after employees warned each other that Epstein exposed himself during the appointments. So these are like teenage girls that are being sent over there, and he's showing them little Jeffrey, and Trump keeps sending them over there. So Trump has said that he expelled Epstein from Mar-a-Lago not long after he hired Virginia Giuffre in 2000. But I mean, he actually said that Epstein stole her from him, which is just a weird thing to say. But this actually practice continued, and that like there was an incident in 2003 that the Wall Street Journal documents. So the fact is that documentation shows Epstein remained a Mar-a-Lago member until 2007, and then Trump sent a birthday letter in 2003. Phone calls are documented from 2004. So what Trump is telling you about this is not entirely true. In fact, a lot of it is just outright lies. Okay. Okay, yeah, he stole people that worked for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again and I threw him out. Like, that's the issue to him. Not that this woman, Virginia Guffrey, ended up being sexually abused and traumatized to the point where she ended up taking her own life. That the tragedy to Trump is that she was stolen from him. Which to me is like, he says a lot of disgusting things that really show he's a sociopath, but this one is, he was the victim here as far as he's concerned. He stole people that worked for me. How do you steal a person? Anyway, according to the Wall Street Journal, the ban came after the 2008 according to the Wall Street Journal, the ban came after a 2003 complaint from 18-year-old worker that Epstein pressured her for sex, not due to recruitment concerns. And again, like, the birthday card came after this, and continued contact came after this, continued documented contact came after this. So even this like idea that he got banned after this, and that Epstein was still a member of Mar-a-Lago until 2007. People were property in our first republic. Exactly. And that, when Trump says he wants to make America great again, I can't help but wonder how much of that is what he means. All right. So he says in 2019, he said he hadn't spoken to Epstein in 15 years. But there was actual phone messages from Trump to Epstein found during the 2005 police raid, dated from November 11, 2004, during property bidding war. So I don't know if you know about this. One of the theories is that the reason that Epstein and Trump had their feud is that they both bid on the same property, and Trump outbid Epstein, and Epstein got mad about it, and actually Epstein cut off contact with Trump. It wasn't Trump that cut off contact with Epstein. But that birthday card, to me, like that birthday card of a sketch of a woman, there's so much allusions to how, like, they both commented about how they both like to have their women young or whatever. Like, there is too much creepiness in that for me to just gloss over. And this is just another aspect of that creepiness. They had a friendship during the late 80s and early 90s. I think the thing about the Lake Michigan thing, I think that this throws a wrench into that, because they didn't know each other at that time. But there's still plenty of creepiness around him and them. Epstein had 14 phone numbers for Trump, Melania, and the Trump staff. In 1995, Mar-a-Lago opened. According to the Wall Street Journal's, Marla Maples, who was his wife then, warned staff that something about Epstein is wrong and off, expressed concern about his influence on Trump. She tells employees she doesn't want to spend time with Epstein and doesn't want Trump to either. So at least somebody had a pedo detector on there, but didn't seem to have any effect. Trump and Epstein photographed together multiple times between 1997 and 2002 at multiple events, including Victoria's Secret Angels parties. Despite not being a dues pays member, Trump instructs Mar-a-Lago staff to treat Epstein as a member. Then Mar-a-Lago spa began sending workers to Epstein's Palm Beach mansion for massage and services, whatever that means. Staff warn each other about Epstein being sexually suggestive and exposing himself during appointments. And one thing on this I want to point out is like I see a lot of Trump supporters and Trump apologists talk about like Democrats that took donations from Epstein after he was convicted. Like I agree that is bad. I'm not trying to justify that or vindicate it, but my larger concern is not what people did after he was convicted. My larger concern is people who hung out with him at sex parties while he was doing this. Like one is just profiting off of, or just getting campaign contributions. The other is actually possibly participating in the crimes. So a bit of a difference. Let's not forget about Israel's involvement in this. I did not know there was any, in all honesty, but that's something I could look into. So then in 2000, Guthrie was recruited by Maxwell, where she worked as an attendant. Guthrie later testifies she was sexually assaulted and trafficked. She states she never observed Trump participating in abuse and described him as couldn't have been friendlier in her memoir. So, like people have pointed out, none of the victims have ever accused Trump of being involved, but that all depends on whether or not you believe some of the people that have made claims are actually victims. Like there are people who have said he and Epstein raped her together, Katie Jones, for instance. So you don't just get to discount allegations and then say that nobody ever accused him of anything. But that he didn't assault everybody doesn't mean he didn't assault anybody. Trump tells New York Magazine, I've known Jeff for 15 years. Oh, in 2002, this is before everything got broken open. I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. So, again, this is just part of the whole creepiness thing. Like, all of this stuff has to start making you suspicious at some point and think, maybe Donald Trump is a little bit of a creep. So Trump said in 2000, these are some of the timeline conflicts. Trump allegedly sent a birthday card to Epstein for his 50th birthday in 2003, featuring a drawing of a naked woman and a message about sharing secret knowledge. Letter was collected by Maxwell for the leather-bound album. Trump denies writing it and filed lawsuit against the WSJ. But Trump's denials are not really worth anything, especially since like the picture actually does exist, and it's not like the Wall Street Journal isn't going to vet these things. So if it comes to Trump's word against literally anybody's, I'm going to look at the other person first. According to the Wall Street Journal, an 18-year-old Mar-a-Lago beautician returns from the house call, reports Epstein pressured her for sex. Manager faxes Trump, who says it's a good letter and orders him to kick out. Epstein and Maxwell banned from the law, but not from, so they were banned from the spa, but not the club. And the incident wasn't reported to the police. That's another thing is like you keep hearing about how Trump was like an informant and stuff. Yeah. No, nothing to indicate that he ever turned informant. Trump's your daddy. Why is this obsession with Trump being my daddy? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Like this whole daddy Trump. You know who was your daddy? I mean, like, isn't that just like, what's the difference between saying Trump's your daddy and Trump's Fuhrer? Like, isn't that just like a different word for father? Like the whole thing is just weird. Mossad killed Kirk. I don't know about that. Oh, you're Beto O'Rourke guy. I don't even know what did I say about Beto O'Rourke? Okay. Police began investigating next time after parent reports he molested their 14-year-old daughter. During the raid of Epstein's mansion, police seized phone messages showing 2004 Trump calls. So that was, again, after 2003, like 3, 4. 4 comes after 3. Epstein was charged with multiple counts in 2006 and 7. According to some accounts, teen daughter of Mar-a-Lago members tells Father Epstein invited her to his house and tried to get her to undress. Father goes to Trump, who bars Epstein from Mar-a-Lago entirely in October 27 or 2007, 4 years after the alleged spa ban. This is all, you know, there's nothing on the record to show that Epstein was ever actually banned. And there's some evidence that shows that Epstein's actually the one that terminated the relationship after the whole bidding war thing over the property. So anyway, we don't need to go into the rest of this, but there's more here. Wow. So anyway, just wanted to touch on that in case you hadn't heard. Epstein or Trump was sending women, young girls, to Epstein's house to, you know, like be violated or whatever, and then continued his relationship with Epstein after he found out about this. Check out the financials for Epstein Kirk, financed by Mossad. There's a lot of I'm gonna have to do a show on just all the Charlie Kirk assassination rumors, because there's a lot of stuff out there, and I haven't honestly explored all of it. But let's the next thing, I keep hearing this, and so I promised I'd go into it, and so now I'm going into it. I keep hearing this thing that from Trump supporters, and I'm saying Trump reporters instead of MAGA, so don't get mad. But I keep hearing from Trump supporters that Chuck Schumer authorized led this legislation back in the 80s that authorizes the assassination or the killings that are going on the seas right now, like that justify that make these boat strikes legal. All right, so I looked into that. I said I'd look into that. I looked into it. Here's what the truth is. Here's what the reality is about that. Okay. The MDLEA myth, what the 1986 law actually does. Trump supporter accounts claim Chuck Schumer authored a 1986 law authorizing military strikes on drug boats. Here, it's called the Maritime Drug Law Enforcement Act, and what it actually says and doesn't say. The claim is Chuck Schumer authored a 1986 law that allows Trump to blow narco-terrorist boats out of the water. It's fully legal. The reality is nothing at all like that on so many levels. The MDLEA is a criminal prosecution statute that allows arrest and trial of drug traffickers on stateless vehicles. It contains no authorization for lethal force or summary execution. So what it does is, if there's a flagless boat, this Coast Guard can board and arrest the people on that boat. It does not allow for, you know, them to be bombed out of the water. There's nothing at all in there about that. Also, let's look at the history. Did Chuck Schumer write this law? The Maritime Drug Law Enforcement Act was part of a broader Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986, a massive bipartisan bill with overwhelming support. In 1986, the Anti-Drug Abuse Act introduced H.R. 5484, comprehensive drug enforcement legislation, including the MDLEA, as provisions as a subtitle. Chuck Schumer was one of the 301 co-sponsors, not the primary author. He wasn't even really, I mean, like in 1986, Chuck Schumer was not the Senate Majority Leader or the Senate Minority Leader. I don't know if you're aware of that. Like, he was still pretty young at the time. He didn't have a lot of influence anyway. It was passed 395 to 17 in the House. It was passed 97 to 2 in the Senate. It was signed into law by Ronald Reagan. So this was not like some, like legislative thing that Chuck Schumer smashed through or whatever. He just happened to be one of 301 co-sponsors of it that didn't do anything at all remotely like what they're saying it did. Okay. All right. So check out the financials for Epstein. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Okay, Gung. So continue to allow illegal smuggling into the U.S. like the left. I don't understand why you think that that's the alternative. It is not either. Like, how about we continue to do things like legally enforce our drug laws? Hello, Kelly. I'm here to lurk today. Remember your wife's advice. I will remember that. Skippy, thank you for the reminder. And I'll tell her you reminded me. My wife's advice is that I shouldn't be mean. My wealth has nothing to do with my intelligence. Calling MAGA trailer idiots is something a MAGA would say. Okay, I haven't done that today, but you're right. I shouldn't like do that. And so, man, my wife yelled at me for that, and I'm not going to do it anymore. So, I take your rebuke to heart, and will try to be better. No more raccoon jokes either. So what it does authorize, what this legislation does authorize, is arrest and prosecution of individuals found with drugs on stateless vehicles, and it authorizes boarding and enforcement when the flag nation country of regulation gives permission. So, like, if it's a flagless boat, then it can be boarded. If it flies a flag and you have permission of the state, you can board the boat. That's what this legislation does. Has nothing to do with bombing boats that you think might have drugs on them. It does not authorize unrestricted use of lethal force against suspected drug vessels, and it does not authorize summary execution or destruction of boats without arrest or trial. The MDLEA is a law enforcement statute, not a rules of engagement document. It closes jurisdictional gaps to allow prosecution in U.S. courts. It's a traditional enforcement, involves arrest, detention, and trial. Lethal force under Coast Guard policy is strictly a last resort for self-defense. And no, it does not apply as self-defense that somebody might someday possibly overdose from some of the drugs that are on that boat if they get through. Because if you board and confiscate the drugs, they're not going to kill anybody. Recent military strikes use separate narco-terrorism designations, not MDLEA authority. So even the Trump administration is not making this argument. Like, nobody is making this argument except for certain Trump supporters for some reason. I don't know where they got that, but they got that somewhere. Hi, Kitty. How you doing? Good to see you. If wealth was tied to genius, the scientists and academics would be the richest folks on earth. And Donald Trump would not be. And nor would Elon Musk, for that matter. Elon Musk is really not very bright. I don't know who needs to hear that. But some of the things he says, like there's the post about, like, I can't remember who it was, but a guy said something like he thought that he doesn't know anything about cars, so he just assumed that Elon Musk knew what he was talking about when it came to electric cars. And he doesn't know anything about rockets, and so he just assumed that Trump knew what he was talking about when it came to rockets. But he is a computer programmer. And so when when Elon Musk started talking about computer programming, he started doubting everything that Elon Musk said about cars and rockets. Which that hits home. Elon Musk is not very, I mean, I'm not saying he's stupid, but he's certainly not the most intelligent person on earth. I mean, he's maybe above average, but he certainly tries to seem smarter than he is. Uh, woke up this side of the grass, so I guess we are striving. All right, so at one oh so so there's actually 100% does not make it legal to take out drug bloats by blowing them up in the fashion pursued by the Trump administration. There is no area of law enforcement that will allow for extraterritorial and extrajudicial summary executions, as have occurred in these several dozen incidents. None of these attacks can be construed as law enforcement operations. Ian Robbie, attorney and non-resident senior fellow, Center for Maritime Strategy, maritime security specialist. So there are some experts that have weighed in on this. Neither the MDLEA nor any other U.S. or international law could be used to make these a lawful exercise of law and power enforcement powers. Ian Rabley again. So, yeah, I mean, when you start looking at the actual laws, there is no law that allows for that. Yeah, I mean, he's not. I mean, well, he's not a trillionaire. He's worth about 500 billion, and he is the richest man on the planet. But again, he is not all that. I mean, I didn't say he's stupid, but being rich and being smart don't necessarily correlate. Like, you don't have to be a genius to be rich, and being genius doesn't make you rich. Lots of geniuses have died poor, and lots of rich people have not been that bright. Look at Donald Trump. Would you concede that everybody who has more money than you is smarter than you? Is George Soros a genius? We will definitely continue to listen to others besides a YouTube loser. Oh, okay. Then why aren't you rich? I'm not the one trying to say that being rich and being smart go together. I think that those are two entirely different things. I'm actually making the opposite point of what you're trying to say. So that's why I'm not rich. I'm not rich because lots of things. For one, I didn't have parents that gave me like $250,000 to get started. Number two, I didn't have the government give me $38 billion to invest. So those are just a couple of the reasons. All right. So now we're just moving along here. There is an incredible amount of corruption that's going on in the Trump administration. And there's a New York Times article that came out this weekend. And I was going to do a whole dashboard on that, but it just gets really, really complicated because it's so intricate and so messed up. But Donald Trump has like made $11 billion off of being president this year. $11 billion. All right. So, and that's not because he's smart. That's because he's corrupt. I know somebody here has issues with understanding the difference between being smart and being rich, but you can be smart without being rich, and you can be rich without being smart. Sometimes it just takes some good old-fashioned corruption, and this is what is happening here. And so I looked like he's got different branches of corruption going on. He's got his cryptocurrency corruption going on. He's got his AI corruption going on. He's got his real estate corruption going on. Like, there's these different areas where he's and then, like with Trump Media, he's got its own corruption. Everything he's doing, he's got some money he's making. He's using the office of the presidency as his own personal cash machine. And I wanted to look at just one aspect of this. This is not the whole thing, but I just wanted to look at one aspect of it so you can see how much everything gets woven together. A Democrat manufacturer. Okay, I don't know what if you want to tell me what the delusion is, then go ahead. But I have not even said anything that is not like objectively true. How about the Congress? Are they not doing the same things? They are not doing the same things. No. And if they are doing the same things, then they shouldn't. Then it's corrupt. But if Congress is doing the same things, it doesn't make it okay for Trump to do them. But certainly, no, Congress is not doing the same things. Congress can't even do the same things. All right, so let me answer your question by actually going into this dashboard and showing you exactly what he's doing, because you don't even know what the things are that he's doing yet. So how can you know if Congress is doing the same things? All right, so let's look at the Witkoff cutter operation. Witkoff and Trump go back years. Like when Trump went bankrupt the first time, allegedly Witkoff bought him a sandwich, and that's when their friendship started. But now Witkoff and Trump have been working together to make literally billions of dollars, and a lot of it is from the taxpayer money. If the fraud by the Somalis bothers you, the fraud by Trump should bother you too. Because if your taxpayer money getting wasted is an issue to you, it shouldn't matter who's getting it. So, Donald Trump is still president. I've never denied he's president. Never said he didn't win. I've actually written articles proving that he couldn't have stolen the election. 100% is the president. That does not mean I have to like it any more than you had to like it when Biden was president. And I'm pretty sure you actually denied Biden was president. Clinton fraud. I don't know what Bill Clinton has to do with anything. Yes, smart enough to go bankrupt and still be a billionaire and get the guy who kept him from being bankrupt put in prison for accounting fraud. But Obama, I don't know what Obama has to do with this. Biden, I don't know what any of this has to do with anything. We're talking about Donald Trump here. Even if Biden and Clinton and Obama were all frauds, that does not mean that Trump isn't. Let's talk about what Trump is doing. Okay. How an 8-year foreign influence campaign turned a real estate developer into Trump's most powerful diplomat and positioned his family to profit from conflicts spanning Gaza, Ukraine, AI infrastructure, and cryptocurrency. So I chose Witkoff because he's in multiple layers of things. So there's $1.2 billion that Witkoff personally gets from investments and bailouts and from Qatar. They've known each other for 40 years. There's 5 simultaneously conflicts of interest, and Witkoff has no experience at all as a diplomat, but still he's involved for some reason, both with trying to resolve the Gaza conflict and with trying to resolve the Russia conflict. Okay. So his relationship with Qatar started 8 years ago in 2017. They've invested $823 million in his business and bailouts. So here's the other thing. You know that the whole plane, the gift from Qatar, the plane that is not a violation of the emoluments clause apparently, but is the one that the U.S. taxpayers are going to have to spend like $1 billion on upgrading, that only Donald Trump is ever going to use, and we're still going to have to like replace Air Force One after that. Yeah, that guy, that plane, this is the guy that negotiated that. So in the Gaza negotiations, he's the lead ceasefire negotiator, which again, there is no ceasefire because firing has never ceased. Israel has violated the ceasefire over 1,000 times. So when you don't cease firing, it's not a ceasefire. Sun is pitching Qatar for a $4 billion fund. So they want to be involved in rebuilding Gaza, and Qatar paying for it, which again is this whole Qatar thing. There's a shadow envoy to Putin, 5+ meetings with Putin. called Putin a great guy working with Kremlin officials. I don't know what the economic link to Russia is yet, but I'm sure there is some. But yeah, he's the guy that like basically just took notes for what exactly Putin wanted, didn't push back on anything, and then tried to tell the Russians how to sell Trump on it. This is the guy that actually even got pushback from Republican senators that he shouldn't be involved in it. The AI data centers, he's, all of a sudden he's the real estate guy and he's involved in all these AI data centers. Family business expanding into data centers, announced May 2025 while pressing UAE Qatar to invest deals flow through Lutnick's firm, which Lutnick is also making billions off of this. And the Trump children are also making billions off of all of this. He's the co-founder of World Liberty Financial, which is another one that's rolled up with the Trump family. And they've made billions of dollars off of that. Sun's pitching Gulf states crypto conferences in Abu Dhabi, which comes back into the whole Qatar thing. So there is an immense amount of corruption involved here, where Trump and his inner circle are just making billions and billions of dollars. So hey, thanks, Skippy. I think Kitty's a really nice person. You seem like a decent guy too. I appreciate that, even though you don't agree with everything I say, you come back here and try to have honest conversations. Under Biden, my retirement didn't even keep up with inflation. Okay, that's not what we're talking about here. I mean, I don't know why you're talking about Joe Biden. If inflation under Biden, does that make it okay for Donald Trump to be corrupt? And I mean, the stock market did go up. Your 401k probably actually went up under Biden because virtually everyone's did. When Joe Biden left office, you know that there were record highs in the stock market under Joe Biden, right? Like there has been like under every single president since like Hoover. I'm trying to explain how he's corrupt right now. Like that's literally like what the topic is. He is corrupt because he keeps merging all his, well, hang on, we'll just go into it. Okay. How Qatar systematically cultivated Trump's inner circle through strategic investments in Steve Witkoff's transforming financial crisis into political access. And back when his first presidency, Qatar began cultivating Witkoff. They identified him as a target. Lobbyist Joe Allman prepares memos describing Witkoff as confidant and unofficial advisor to Trump. Notes that being Jewish would provide credibility to the Jewish community. Perfect access point identified. Witkoff was in trouble at the time. He borrowed $267 million to buy the Park Lane Hotel. One investor used funds stolen from Malaysian state. Justice Department moved to seize property. Witkoff was like on the precipice of financial disaster. That's when they contacted with him and his son in a delegation led by Sheikh Mohammed bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir's brother. Witkoff described the president and his long relationship with him, made clear he had direct access to Trump. So you had Witkoff was in financial peril, and basically he sold access to Trump in exchange for being rescued, and he gave that access. So then the Apollo Trust, partially owned by Qatar, invest in the Brook luxury building in Brooklyn. Trump out of office but planning comeback. Qatar maintains the relationship. The bailout of Park Lane Hotel, that's when Qatar bailed out Witkoff. $623 million from Qatar. $623 million. Qatar PM attends Alex Witkoff's wedding. Steve Witkoff named Middle East envoy right after the election. Why is Witkoff, with no political, diplomacy experience at all, suddenly being given this amount of leverage with the country that just bailed him out for $623 million? Does that not seem suspect to you? Does that seem concerning? You guys got freaked out over Hunter Biden selling a painting. So he was named Middle East envoy. Then the ceasefire negotiation begins. Witkoff works with Qatar to negotiate Israel-Hamas ceasefire, which, again, never really ceased. Qatar is the mediator. Witkoff is the negotiator. Meanwhile, Witkoff Group receives another $100 million from Qatar linked to Apollo Trust. And Donald Trump is getting his $1 billion airplane from Qatar. The Qatar airplane gift, Trump tours Qatar's $400 million Boeing 747 at Palm Beach. Witkoff brothers. Witkoff brokered the gift. Reality, the U.S. approached Qatar first. And this will cost taxpayers about $400 to $1 billion to retrofit. This money, by the way, is being taken away from money that was earmarked to actually modernize and update our nuclear weapons. So we're sacrificing our nuclear weapon security so that Trump can have this airplane. Trump is the only one that will ever fly on it. Trump is the only one that will ever use it. And we're spending $1 billion on this. We still have, I hear people say, well, the Air Force One needed to be updated anyway. But this is not the new Air Force One. This is not a replacement for Air Force One. We still have to replace Air Force One after Trump is president. Trump is not going to be president for the rest of our lives, at least hopefully. Once his term ends in 2028, which it will, that plane goes to his library and and he will be allowed to fly on it. He will be the only one allowed to use it. This is his own personal airplane. Only thing is, it gets upgraded by the taxpayers and he never has to pay taxes on it. This is better than if it was a personal gift. So Alex Witkoff's $4 billion fundraising attempt, while Steve negotiates the Gaza ceasefire, his son pitches Qatar, UAE, Kuwait for $4 billion real estate fund. Claimed commitments already locked down. So they're getting all these funds, billions of dollars. Witkoff is making billions of dollars. Trump is making billions of dollars just off of Qatar. Then Alex Witkoff announced a family business expanding into data centers while Trump is sitting there making AI the cornerstone of the United States and changing legislation or changing U.S. policy based on what his AI buddies want. So then Witkoff Group receives another $100 million from Qatar-linked Apollo Trust for Palm Beach project. Steve's still officially negotiating Middle East policy. So the total, and then you've got the Gulf fundraising still going on. Total Qatar Witkoff operations, $823 million in investments and bailouts, plus the $400 million plane, plus the $1 billion that taxpayers are going to have to put up for that. Unknown future commitments, well over $1.2 billion in 8 years. And that's just the one aspect of one conflict, the Qatar-Gaza conflict. Why is Qatar the one mediator? Why is Witkoff the one negotiator? And then why is Witkoff also the lone negotiator to Ukraine and Russia? Why is Witkoff all of a sudden getting into AI data center stuff and having policy adjusted to be what he wants and benefits him. What we don't like, you need to understand that without AI investment, the GDP, all this GDP growth everybody's so happy about, doesn't exist. It just doesn't. 92% of the GDP growth over the first half of the year was all just AI investment. And most of that investment was going to Trump and his buddies. They are the ones that are receiving all of this money. Cryptocurrency conflict, co-founder. So he's the co-founder of World Liberty Financial, which is also co-owned with the Trump family, and they're making billions of dollars off of it. The Trump family is. His son back pitching Gulf states for crypto investments and trying to get Qatar to invest in the cryptocurrency that they have that the Trumps also make money in. Like, he's just whoring out the White House to the Middle East. And you guys are worried that Mamdani is mayor? All right, so I'm gonna go back and look at some of these conflicts here, or some of these comments here. Okay, you're not going to change people's minds with your propaganda. I don't know what propaganda you're referring to. Okay. Biden was okay. I don't know what Biden was corrupted by. And I don't know what that has to do with what we're talking. If Biden was corrupt, does it make it okay for Trump to be corrupt? Are you okay with corruption or not? Like, why is it corruption is only okay when it's Trump? I don't believe you. I honestly do not believe that your 401k is unique from every other person that was invested in the stock market. The stock market overall was up under Biden. If your 401k was down, that's because you're a really crappy investor. This year is going to be great. I will take corrupt over broke. Okay, but I will take truth over lies. So we're supposed to believe some blank that you're reading off some liberal blank. Why don't you talk about Biden's corruption? What corruption? There wasn't. And again, like the Foreign Service or the Republican Oversight Committee kept trying to prove there was corruption with Biden, and all they could prove is that he covered his son's truck payment a couple of times, and that he loved his son. There's no corruption under Biden, but that's still beside the point. None of this is like from some liberal website. This is just facts. Donald Trump is bilking you for billions of dollars. Do you think I just made up the whole Qatar airplane thing? Do you think that didn't really happen? What objectively do you think is made up? What part of what I said is not true? Can you identify that, or do you just want to holler back and just yell no? Like, denying things are true because you don't like to hear them does not make them untrue. Trump destroyed America. I honestly, and I'm sincerely saying this. If I wanted to destroy America, I would do exactly what Trump is doing. Most corrupt president in history. Oh, by the way, Long Walk. I just watched that movie yesterday. This was the book. I read the book when I was, I think I was in 8th grade when I read that book. So that was a while back. It was like 1980. And that was actually the first Stephen King book I read. And I just loved it. I just loved that book. But I always thought it would make a terrible movie because so much of the book was just in his head. And internal dialogue. And so I didn't think you could do it into a movie. But I watched the movie yesterday on Stars, and it was actually a really good movie. You can't even read the yeah, whatever. That doesn't mean the words change, dude. Like, my live reading skills are not the what is the issue here. Trump's corruption is. Do you think that the Cutter plane didn't come here because I accidentally said Cotter or pronounced Cutter wrong? Worst economy in American history. Well, it's not quite there yet. I think the Great Depression still has it, but I think we're headed for the second worst. I don't know. Do you know Joe Biden personally? Um, not why is it that you guys have these like double standards with things? Like anybody can say anything about Joe Biden and you'll believe it. But no matter how well vetted something is, like the Cutter plane being gifted to the Trump administration, this is not like some biased news report or something. How is our country gaining though? Do you know what a K-shaped economy is? And like how fragile even our K-shaped economy is? Okay, but we were going to have to do that anyway. The problem keeper of bees is that um the excuse being given for receiving this $1 billion gift that is going to cost us $1 billion is that we were going to have to replace Air Force One anyway. Well, this is not precluding that. We still have to spend all that money as taxpayers. Why are you okay with Donald Trump defrauding US taxpayers out of $1 billion, but not any like why is that okay? Why does it bother you about the Somali Americans that defraud the American taxpayers out of $1 billion, but it doesn't bother you that Donald Trump defrauds the American taxpayers out of $1 billion? So you want to complain about the corruption, but you aren't talking about the fraud. See, this is what I mean. I mean, no, Tim Walz did not cause this. We don't even know for sure that there was fraud with the daycare centers. In fact, it's starting to look like there probably wasn't. The fraud that was exposed and prosecuted happened under Joe Biden, or the prosecutions happened under Joe Biden. But yes, I think everybody that is guilty of fraud should be prosecuted. If there is fraud with those daycare centers, then people that committed that fraud should be prosecuted. What you're arguing is that it's okay to do fraud if you're Donald Trump, but it's not okay if you're a Somali American. And then it's okay to just blame Tim Walz for it somehow out of something other. And by the way, his name is spelled W-A-L-Z, not like the dance, W-A-L-Z, no T. I know you are, but what am I? I don't even know what I called you. Wish I could buy a Super Hornet from Boeing. I wish I could. A casino is almost impossible to bankrupt unless you're running it like a moron. It is really, really hard to do. Wow. Did you just joke away like murdering like millions and millions of people? Um, I don't know. What am I saying that's not true? Do you have anything other than ad hominem attacks? Rachel has. I wish if she wasn't a lesbian, I'd be on her. Of course, she wouldn't be on me, but I think she's a very pretty and intelligent woman. Proof. I've never said Mossad killed Kirk. Or unless you're talking to somebody else. I managed to tell me they Keeper of Bees managed to tell me they know nothing about nuclear war, policy, game theory, science, ecology, or foreign relations in a single chat message. And also, apparently, is a really, really terrible investor. You may not be going to change. I'm not trying to. I don't know what propaganda you're referring to. Uh, okay. But you can't actually like. Can you please cite for me what specific thing I am wrong about? Can you rather than just like broad based attacks on my intelligence? Do you have anything specific? Because if you don't have anything specific and you can't actually refute what I am saying, and I'm an idiot, does that make you dumber than an idiot? Like what comes below idiot? I think it's moron. I can't prove it, but I believe. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Thank you, Kelly, for always having the receipts. The stock market tells us how rich people are doing and does nothing to actually tell how the economy is. And goes back into the K-shaped economy, which is even more K-shaped than ever. One of the more startling things I've read about recently is that 50% of consumer spending is now by the top 10% of income earners, which that is really, really a drastic number. That means it's almost like 80% of Americans right now are subjectively in a recession and unemployment is going up. And even if you look at inflation, like we talk about inflation as like a standalone metric, but everything in inflation doesn't go up the same. And our metric of measuring it is can be misleading sometimes. Um, what's interesting is that the price of things that poor people need to spend their money on is going up much faster than the price of things that rich people spend their money on. So inflation is hurting poor people a lot more than it's hurting rich people. Okay. Receipts are receipts, facts are facts. They're not liberal or conservative. If they reinforce a liberal point of view, that just means reality has a liberal bias. Biden pardoned so many. Biden actually, Biden did not pardon that many people, and he did not take money for pardons. He did not pardon uh, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who is one of the biggest drug traffickers in human history. Um, And yes, I will say January 6th because those were actual criminals. But no, most of the people that Joe Biden pardoned were non-violent marijuana offenses. Do you mean actually we are headed for something similar to what Germany saw? We're definitely headed for some serious stagflation. Like it's a lot more serious than the economy is in a lot more peril than a lot of conservatives would have you believe. And maybe even a lot of economists would have. It's really, really going to be bad. I think that right now we're just hitting the point where we're going to start feeling the effect of some of the things that Trump has been doing, including the mass deportations. Like people do not understand how mass deportations and illegal immigration affect the economy. Illegal immigration actually has a very, very positive impact on the economy. And I don't want to go into a digression on this whole show, but generally speaking, more workers means there's more jobs. It's not the other way around. Fewer workers means fewer jobs. Workers make money, and because they make money, they spend money, and because they spend money, that means that they create jobs. The more jobs there are, the better the economy is. That's why jobs created is such a big economic indicator, which, by the way, there haven't been any in the last 6 months. This is about the level of IQ that I would expect from a Biden follower. So you insulted my intelligence while spelling a 5-letter name wrong. I just want to point that out. Send Somalia home. Somalia is home. I can't help that people are failing. I've been rock bottom and pulled myself up. Okay. I don't know what that has to do with anything. He sure allow a lot of money to well okay, thank you for learning how to spell walls. He sure allow a lot of money to walls out of the treasury. I don't even know what that means. He ha- Nobody gave Walls any money. They gave the state of Minnesota money. Um, the daycare crap is a distraction. Why are we not talking about Georgia? I would think 300. Yeah, there weren't 350,000 fake votes. I mean, they recounted the votes 3 times, including once manually. The whole 350,000 fake votes is like a made up thing. It's not real. It's just not true. The laws, taxes, and probability all are in favor of the casino. So you have absolutely Blake in order to bankrupt a casino like my cat. I mean, casinos are statistically designed to succeed. You have to like actively be stupid to bankrupt a casino. You have to like really be stupid. And it's like people are going there to give away their money. I mean, theoretically they're going there to win money, but the more money that's bet, statistically, the more money that's bet, the more money you make. She's got a PhD from Oxford. I think I'm objectively right about that. The daycare thing is a different thing. There's been different frauds, and I wish people would get all this straight. The daycare thing is a new fraud allegation. It is separate from like the feeding our whatever it was, the food one, the homeless one, and there's another one that like foster children or something. There's 3 other frauds that have already been prosecuted that have been going on for 10 years. And yes, the media covered it. This is not something new. This is not something that Nick Stop Calling Me Shirley unraveled himself. What Nick Shirley did is he went down around to some daycare centers that were locked because they should be locked and couldn't get in. And so then he reported they were frauds. Then apparently they went to other people went and talked to people. Now the Health and Human Services is saying that they're pretending to be real businesses because they went there and there were actually people and children there. So now they're just pretending to be real businesses because they got busted or something like that. But the whole thing with Nick Shirley, nobody else has been able to validate what he said. Like nobody's been able to confirm his allegations. So the daycare thing is not proven. That does not mean the other frauds, which were prosecuted under Biden, didn't happen. And also, it doesn't mean that everybody that's of Somali descent should be sent back to America or Somalia. You know nothing about business. I think she owns her own business. What is your IQ? My IQ is probably higher than yours statistically. I would all right. I am not rich, but the success of the stock market has helped me tremendously. The stock market also reached all-time highs under Joe Biden. I would also point out that if you take AI out of the stock market, under Trump, the rest of the stock market is down. The only thing propping up the stock market is AI, which right now is a very, very precarious bubble. And the fact is that you've got a lot of these tech companies that are all investing in one another, and there's all kinds of stuff going on. And any day you could have one thing fail, and it could cause a chain reaction that could collapse the entire stock market in a couple of days. Here in California, 50% of the tax revenue is from the. Yeah, that's irrelevant. That's a statistical misrepresentation. It does 50% of the tax revenue is from the top 3%. which even if that's accurate, does not matter. Um, because there's all kinds of stuff that goes into that. But if 50% of the income is from the top 3%, 50% of the tax revenue would be. But I mean, it's not that way either. Where there's also ideas of whether or not taxes should be progressive, which I think they should. I don't want to go into this whole thing, but that is a fallacious representation of what the reality is. 25% increased cost on copper and steel. Many other construction materials are increasing in similar, if not higher rate. This increases the cost of homes, schools, hospitals, and factories. And there are 100,000 fewer manufacturing jobs than there were when Donald Trump took office. I think that's one that, and like, he's hurting manufacturing. No, it does not. And it's not like just yelling Obama does not make you make a reasonable argument. Obama, he pardoned his son because his son was literally the only person ever prosecuted for the thing his son was prosecuted for. And it was started under Bush. It was vindictive prosecution. I have no problems with him pardoning Hunter Biden for something that nobody else would have been prosecuted for. And if anybody else were prosecuted for, you would have been yelling about guns rights. And Trump it's not just who he's pardoning for. He's pardoning people that are billionaires that are giving him money after he pardons them. Like this is, remember when they had the hearing, the Supreme Court hearings and everything, and they were telling so they were using this argument that, well, he could sell pardons if he wanted to. If they were trying to show how ridiculous it was to say that the president can't be prosecuted for official acts. And so then they were saying things that would seem like ridiculous and say, well, by what you're saying, it would be okay if the president sold pardons. And now you have the president selling pardons. Donald Trump took that as an idea. He's like, why didn't I think of that? And now he's doing it. He's like literally selling pardons for billions of dollars. Simple people focus on immediate visible. Hey, Brett, by the way, good to see you. Simple people focus on immediate visible threats like food stamps or daycare, which is a drop in the ocean compared to the billionaire thefts. The rich and we look every time. The masses are asses. Right. Elon Musk has received $38 billion from the U.S. government, more than any other human being ever born. And you can talk about, well, he's rich and he paid it back and whatever. You give me a $38 billion loan and I'll be rich and be able to pay it back too. It doesn't take that much to make money if you have $38 billion. People died on January 6th. Yes, people died and people were beaten. 150 cops were injured. Several were hospitalized. One lost an eye. One was beaten to death and then come back to life. This idea that January 6th was somehow peaceful is just a joke. It was violent. And remember how in this whole thing about the FBI undercover agents that were there, that came there after it started. And by the way, Donald Trump was president. It's just trying to find intellectual consistency from Trump supporters is very, very difficult. All presidents are warmongering criminals. Biden did a genocide. Trump pardoned more people in his first week than Biden did in 4 years. Oh, now Donald Trump is an auto pen. Donald Trump does not remember. Like, if you can ask him about why did you pardon Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was like one of the biggest drug traffickers in history. And he's like, who's that? Like, what's the difference between Joe Biden using an auto pen and Donald Trump not knowing what he's signing for? Like, the whole criticism is, well, Joe Biden didn't even know like who he was pardoning. Well, Donald Trump doesn't know who he's pardoning. Who cares if he wrote by hand if he doesn't know what he's doing? And there's no evidence that all this auto pen stuff. It's neither. There's no evidence that he didn't know what he was doing, or that everybody that he allegedly signed pardoned by auto pen, we pardoned by auto pen. It's just, this is all just right-wing Fox News propaganda nonsense. And also, it's 100% legal. Am I muted or something? I do not know. I do not mute people. I do not delete comments. Sometimes I have people complain about things. I don't know why. Like, YouTube might do something, but I have no. I could mute you. The only time I will occasionally ban people if they're like extremely racist or anti-Semitic. 38% increase to the cost of produce, 14 on beef, 41% on coffee, and it's just going to get worse. Okay, so if I'm a hypocrite, I don't know what all of this has to say, but how are you not a hypocrite? If you have a problem with Biden, why don't you have a problem with Trump? If it's hypocrisy, why does not hypocrisy not flow both ways? Joe Biden didn't take a $500 million airplane from Qatar and then bilk the taxpayers for $1 billion to upgrade it. I don't know what you're talking about with Liz Cheney, who, by the way, I don't agree with on virtually anything, except the one thing that Donald Trump is a criminal. Same thing with, I don't know, what you mean, Adam Schiff? Oh, and Fauci? Like, what did Fauci ever, like, you're just weird, dude. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying things. My wife's going to get mad if she knows I called you weird. But this is a weird comment. I will say that. My coffee under Biden was $9.99. Brought some coffee today. Okay, you're apparently in this made-up world where you're the only one whose stocks went down under Biden and coffee prices went down under Trump. But nationally, neither of those things is true. We just did a financial injection that I got to weaken the dollar. This far worse than egg prices. That is. Yeah, are you talking about the premiums? By the way, I forgot to mention that. Happy premiums doubling day. I'm not saying breaking the law is better for the country. I don't know where you got that. But like I said, people who break the law should be prosecuted. That includes Republicans. You're likely wrong about stagflation. Wait, I'm not. Inflation is 3.0% and unemployment is 4.8%. Or 4.6? Both are going up. I mean, it's not an opinion. If both inflation and unemployment are going up, that's stagflation. That's what stagflation means. Yeah, they 9% inflation, and I wouldn't even put it all on Trump. I mean, I think he probably didn't help, but yeah, the COVID supply chain disruption was a big part of it. There was also the fact that the Ukraine war started, and that disrupted oil in Europe, which also caused inflation. And then there was, to some degree, there was the stimulus package, which we needed the stimulus package to restore the jobs. And that did add to inflation, but it also added to employment. and is a big part of the reason that unemployment under Biden was one of the lowest in history, even though it was very high when he took office. Again, because of COVID, not necessarily because of Trump, but just like they want to dismiss all the jobs that were gained under Biden as just they were going to be regained anyway. But then they ignored that the stimulus package actually contributed to that. And then they want to blame the stimulus package as being the sole cause of all the inflation. So there's not a logical consistency. I would say that, in fairness, blaming Trump, the job losses under COVID all on Trump is not fair. Just like blaming the inflation rates under Biden on Biden is not fair. Not everything is post hoc ergo propter hoc. Like sometimes things happen, but they're not caused by one another. The same thing affected both Trump and Biden, and that was the COVID crisis. My bad. Remember, English is not my first language, so das ist richtig. Did I do okay there? My high school German coming back to me. MSD ported. I don't know what portations. Oh, deportations are an issue of the rule of law. You came here legally, you are by definition criminal illegally. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I mean, whether like I don't know if this is your first time here. My position on immigration is that we need to reform the laws. It's not to get into a debate about what constitutes illegal immigrants or not. It's that right now our immigration laws hurt the country. And the illegal immigrants actually help the country. Whether they're here legally or not, they actually help the country. And mass deportations are going to hurt the country. You can, if you want to get into this legal argument about mass deportations, that's fine. I understand your point. I'm just saying it still hurts the country. It still hurts American business owners. It still hurts American farmers. It still hurts American construction workers. It still makes the price of housing go up. It might be enforcing the law, but it's still very, very damaging to the country. And when that's the case, if the laws of the country are hurting the country, you should change the laws. Somebody must be the legal. No, legal. I think you mean to say that illegal immigration does not. It does have a positive effect on the. All right. I mean, you're entitled to not like this is an opinion, but I'm kind of I'm taking the Wharton School of Business's word over crap phone 7744. Like, I don't know what your expertise is, but I'm pretty sure it's not, better than Wharton's. And there's other studies too, like actual studies by actual macroeconomists that study this their whole life. They actually know what they're talking about. The Minnesota daycare Nick Shirley video went viral, but the CBS in peace showing the security footage of the ABC Learning Center, families going in and out prior after Nick left suppressed. Oh, wow. Interesting. So there's other footage that shows that there were families there that the media is ignoring, but CBS. Yeah, there's some stuff, and like I saw a clip of a video where somebody was like, where Nick Shirley's like, why are they locked? Why they shouldn't be locked? And it's like apparently standard practice to have daycares locked because you don't want some, you can't like it's funny because you have all these mass shootings and stuff, and people are like, well, we should lock the doors, and then you lock the doors, and then it's like, oh, it's fraud. And it's like, just having locked doors doesn't necessarily prove that you're there. Like, you have drop off hours and things like that, and probably buzzers that you ring. So anyway, and there's a lot of reasons that Nick Shirley's investigative reporting is suspect. Plus, and I haven't verified this, but apparently he was tipped off by Tim Walz's opponent for governor from the Republican Party. Like, he was told which daycare centers to go to. So it could have just been a political hack job on Tim Walz. Ground news is awesome. All right. I don't know what crap we believe. You believe the election was stolen. Are you aware that vindictive prosecution is also illegal? Like, why is Hunter Biden lied on a application for his gun about not having used drugs, and he kept the gun for 10 days, never loaded it, and then discarded it? No one else in the history of the country has ever been prosecuted for that. We have all kinds of in tens or hundreds of thousands, I think, of cases where people lied on their application for a background check. Nobody else has been prosecuted for that specifically and uniquely. Like, other people that have bought guns that they used in crimes that got them by lying on their background check, they've been also prosecuted, but solely for that crime, nobody else has that ever happened to. So 142, you're a genius. And at age 12. Well, actually, she's got a PhD, if that makes any difference, and some other degrees. You have two different sets of numbers. You have the real numbers, and then you have Donald Trump's fake numbers to make him look good. Kind of like he's 6'3" and 210 or whatever. I question the validity of that test. Okay. Stock market have one thing fail. You mean like every day of the stock market? No, that's not at all what I mean. What I mean is that if you've got these tech industries that are all invested in one another. Like, what is it? I can't think of the name of it. But there's some AI company, one of the largest AI companies. 70% of it is owned by Microsoft. They have a bunch of money tied up in NVIDIA. NVIDIA's got money tied up in that. It's all kind of tied together. And this company, Core something, I think. I can't think of the name of the AI company, but like, they have $14 billion in loans right now, and no revenue. And they've got 30% of that is due in 2026. And if they don't pay it, then they're going to have margin calls that automatically trigger. And that's going to cause Microsoft and NVIDIA to have to pay debts. And so then that can cause a domino effect where all these different companies each start having to pay these margin calls that are automatic. And then that can cause a rush on the stock market, and it can cause the stock market to crash. I don't mean like one day to the next. I mean, like, in a couple of days, if all these these things that are all linked together get triggered, then you could have a serious financial disaster on our hands. I don't understand why, like, this is not an opinion. This is an actual reality. And if you want to look into it, I went over this on Wednesday. But this is like a real thing. I don't know what You're thinking as irrelevant that doesn't fit. I don't know what you're referring to because we're getting behind on the comments again. Okay, every time I scroll by this dude, he's crying about statistics that he doesn't fit in. I don't know what statistics you think I'm ignoring. Are you? I think you're talking about the 3% pay 50% of the taxes. No, I'm just talking about that's like sometimes people use statistics misleadingly, and this is a case of that. I was in Mensa for a while, and it was kind of a joke. I call it like they were just like everybody just wanted to know what your IQ was. You can't tax a nation into prosperity, numbnuts. I don't know where anybody made that argument. I do know that when our nation was doing the best, we had a much higher top marginal tax rate than we do now. Othering tactic makes it easier to get at neighbors, gaming the system for a few $100s in food stamps, visibly versus a billionaire who is evading billions in taxes hidden in paperwork. I agree. All right. So we are way down. We're like way behind in comments. And I haven't even started on what the main part of this show was supposed to be on, which is actually a topic near and dear to my heart. I don't know what is a woke leftist ideology. Like, what does that even mean? Like, you just what is a woke leftist ideology that's a proven failure? I like none of that makes sense. You're just like spewing words. Like, honestly, can you try and talk about? Yes, I have 152 IQ. I don't care about IQ though. I don't really think it means anything. And IQ is utterly meaningless to me. And most people that have IQs that I've talked to feel the same way. Like it's just a kind of test you're good at taking. Not for people here. I don't even know what to say. What part of human do you not understand? Human rights, yes, not for people here illegally. Well, they're still human, right? Like I always see people like saying, well, the Constitution doesn't give me my rights, God does. Okay, does God give only Americans rights? I'm a Republican and I hate Democrats because every Democrat president in history has helped lower the national debt given us. Okay. I don't even know what that means. The last several Democrats have lowered the deficit. I don't know what you mean by giving us deflation means. Good luck for trying to sell an election on raising taxes. I don't think right now you have to worry about that. You know, tariffs were a tax hike, right? Tariffs were a tax on the poor. Donald Trump and the Republican Party have engineered the largest wealth transfer in American history from the poor to the rich. As far as elections go, have you been paying attention to what's been happening in 2025? A massive, massive shift to the left. And it's like, I agree that right now the Democrats are not the most popular party, but they're not the most popular party, not because people disagree with or because people agree with Trump, because they're not doing enough to stop Trump. That's the dissatisfaction. You look at what's happened in elections across the board from Virginia to Tennessee to New Jersey to California even. And it's like across the board, like a 12 to 15% shift from the 2024 elections, people that voted for Trump versus what people are voting for now. Why do you think all these Republicans are resigning? and saying they're not going to run in 2026. They don't want to get their asses kicked. Woke leftist idiot. Ideology, healthcare for all, basic human rights, livable wages, body autonomy, safe schools. Like, boy, really just sucks that, like, I get tired of healthcare for all being sold as the extreme position and not ration healthcare based on your job and income. Leftist woke ideology. If you're not part of your echo chamber, you call names spread. Okay. Leftist woke ideology is name calling. I'm not calling people names. I'm not spreading hate. I'm not promoting violence. And I'm not claiming a moral high ground. All of this is just more just saying things. All right. So I don't know what lies and bitterness. Can you please express for me what exactly I have lied about? The MAGAs have no idea of truth of what's really going on. It's total ignorance or stupidity, as Trump has been showing. I wonder what'll happen after Trump. I mean, it's like the clinging to whatever Trump said today as being the new reality. The definition of woke people that care about other people. And it's like I say, if you're not awake, if you're not woke, you're not awake. If you're awake, you're not awake, you're asleep. And if you're asleep, how do you know what's going on? Um, no, it doesn't. Why is it always like stealing for you? You know? Like what does that mean? No, it means that the government pays taxes and that or that everybody pays taxes and that as a society we discern what we use those taxes for. It does like is it stealing from like this is like me arguing that it's stealing from me for ICE agents to go and incarcerate humans American citizens. Like why is it stealing when the government is spending money on something you don't like, but it's not stealing from me when the government is using money spent on something I don't like? All right. So actually, yeah, this is more woke for those who don't know. Woke is actually a word that was originally used in the black community. It was just be aware. Be aware of how racism exists. Be aware of the injustice. Be aware of the inequality. It was not meant to be this pejorative for everything that you don't that conservatives don't like. All right, so let's just go on to what I'm sure will be totally non-controversial. I want to talk now about. Sorry, I'm hiding your comment. Uh, we have way bigger problems with Mamdani becoming a mayor in New York City. What is he doing? He's swearing in on the. I are you like trying to conflate the Quran and being gay? Because that would be kind of weird. I don't think that the Muslims are all that pro homosexual. But okay, yes, other religions in the world exist, and we have a First Amendment which guarantees freedom of religion. I don't care that Mamdani is Muslim. Slaves exist in Africa right now. I have no idea what that has to do with anything at all. Um, Oh, okay, so he's making sarcastic comments. No, it doesn't mean you have to subscribe to them. That's the beauty of freedom of religion. You don't, but they can still exist. That doesn't mean that nobody else can, like, vote for somebody that's a Muslim. Mamdani is mayor because he won an election. You talk about Republicans voting for representatives, right? He won that job as representative. If you're a Republican, that's it. Why is it like you guys are always like, Trump is your president, deal with it? Well, Mamdani is mayor of New York City, deal with it. He won, deal with it. Russia's in the house. Rush who? Submit to the left or else. I don't know what that means. All right. So this is the thing I wanted to talk about today. And we'll see how far we can get into this or how distracted we'll get. All right. So just a little bit about me, in case you didn't know. I got COVID on July 4th of 2024 of all days. I tested positive, and then since then I've had issues with long COVID. It's gotten a little bit better. I think certain vitamins have helped. I've I shifted my diet a lot, and one of the big things I did was I started eating like no processed food at all. I mill my own grain and bake my own bread and make my own pasta and all that kind of stuff. Which, by the way, just want to mention this. If you Nutrimil, I know I've talked about this with people before, and sometimes people ask. I use the Nutrimil Classic to mill my grain, and if you go to Nutrimil.com and use the use MPK20 when you check out, then you'll get a 20% discount on it. But the health benefits of milling your own grain are just amazing. So highly suggest, not like even if you use a different mill or whatever, highly suggest doing that. It's made a huge difference in my life. The nutrition you get even from whole wheat flour is just nowhere near the same thing as when you actually milling your own grain and getting the entire grain in it. Like, you're not getting the whole grain when you eat even whole wheat flour, even organic whole wheat flour. Anyway, but enough about that. I have kind of gotten better to some degree, but I still will have days where I just cannot function. And there was one day, even when I was in the middle of the podcast, and had to end because I was physically, like vomiting and stuff. If I push myself too hard, my stomach just, I can't. My body shuts down, and I just have to go get in bed. And so it's not like one of those, oh well, if you just will, it's just, try, it's a totally different thing. Anyway, long COVID, my point, Kelly, is that long COVID is very, very real and much more prevalent and much more damaging than people think. Um, Oh, we're back in the comment section. So, all right, I wanted to talk about long COVID in a large part because it's very personal subject to me. My wife has also asked me to bring this up, and also I've had like some followers on Blue Sky and on Twitter that have mentioned it. It's a really serious thing. I think long-term implications are bad. The it's the number one increasing reason that people are requesting disability, but they're being denied it because it's very hard to prove that you have it. And then, like, there's no test. You can't take a test like a COVID test and say, see, I have COVID. There's no long COVID test. It manifests differently in different people. And as a result of all that, it's also probably easy to like pretend you have it. But anyway, people aren't getting disability for it. So I want to talk about what it is, whether it's real. I know some people want to pretend that it's like something made up by the liberals or something like that, or I just want to pretend like it's something that Dr. Fauci made up. Uh, so I want to talk about that. I want to spend a lot of time talking about this. Um, the second time I got COVID, that one messed me up. Yeah, then that's another thing that I'll go into. The long COVID, each time you get COVID, your chances of getting long COVID go up. Made in China, yeah. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Long COVID equals excuse. Okay, but there are probably people that actually have long COVID. Like it's not I don't know what that means, bees, other than you haven't had it yet. I mean, like, I hope you don't get it. I hope you don't have to deal with it. All right, so let's go into what it is. Right now, there's 17 to 20 million Americans currently living with long COVID. That's an estimate. It could be higher, it could be lower. It's just right now there's no because there's no real test for it. It's hard to know exactly, especially because a lot of people that have it maybe aren't reporting it because it wasn't doing any good. 65 million plus total cases. Um, your chances of getting long COVID actually go down if you're vaccinated. They're about 3.5% if you're vaccinated, 10% if you're not vaccinated. And it's costing the global economy about $1 trillion a year, about 1% of the global GDP. These numbers are conservative estimates. The real toll is likely much higher because only 1 to 25% of COVID infections were ever detected, reported. So that, like, there are a lot of times COVID comes and, like, a lot of times people get COVID, never knew they even had it because it's asymptomatic. But you can have asymptomatic COVID and still have symptomatic long COVID. Um, like I know people that lost their, and how long COVID manifests can be more or less severe in some people. Like I know a guy that just, loved to cook and he lost all his sense of uh, smell and taste one day. And this was, like early on in COVID before we knew about any long COVID. He never tested positive for COVID because he never was symptomatic. But he noticed that his uh he just lost his taste to smell and um taste, and then went and he took one of these antibiotics tests and found out he had had COVID and didn't know it, and so now he had long COVID. That was the only symptom for him. It didn't keep him from working or anything. But you have some people that were asymptomatic for COVID, never even knew they were had long COVID, so they might be like not knowing why they're having these long COVID symptoms and not tying it to COVID. There's no standardized definition or reporting requirements, and there's no surveillance structure systemically and the surveillance infrastructure we had has been systemically dismantled. Sometimes when people say I don't have any problems with Biden, this is one of the problems I had with Biden, is that the whole kind of pretend COVID went away when it didn't go away thing is something I really have a lot of issues with. I feel like we stopped treating COVID seriously way before we should have, because we have we wanted it to be done with. And if you look at wastewater uh readings and things like that. Right now, we are in the midst uh of an uptick in COVID diagnoses or COVID cases, but nobody's saying anything. You just got people that make fun of people for wearing masks in public. Um, so there is the cumulative reinfection risk. Key finding: long COVID risks increases cumulatively with each infection. This isn't a one and done situation. Repeated infections compound the danger. So your baseline risk is 1, but if you have 2 infections, it increases 140%. If you get 3 times, it's 300 or 280%, and so on and so forth. Each time you get it, it increases the chance about 140%. So, like, I know people that talk about, oh, I've only had COVID 5 or 6 times, or they like brag about how many times they get COVID. Each time you get COVID, it increases the chance that you're going to have a long-term effect of COVID. COVID is a real disease. And I know somebody was in here talking about China made it or whatever. Doesn't like that's not relevant to this discussion. And if it's real, it's there. Blaming it on China doesn't make it go away, doesn't undo the damage that it does to your lungs and to your body. So let's avoid like just discussing, like where it came from, because it doesn't change anything. Doesn't, like, not saying that's never a topic for discussion, but for this discussion for long COVID, let's avoid the standard COVID arguments that have nothing to do with long COVID. It's there. People have it. 85% of long COVID patients had multiple infections over 4 years. Repeated infections cause accumulation of viral genetic material in the tissues. So the genetic material of COVID virus actually gets in your tissues, in your lung tissue, in your organ tissue. And that is what causes long COVID. Ongoing tissue after cardiovascular, permanent, and neurological symptoms. Like, it can get in your brain. That's what causes the brain fog. Even mild reinfections can cause or worsen long COVID. Severe initial infection predicts worse outcomes from reinfections. So each time you get it, it can make it worse. But also, the worse you get it, the more likely you're going to have severe long COVID. And this is where, like, just being vaccinated can make a difference, because being vaccinated decreases the chance that you're going to have a severe long COVID. It doesn't, even if like you don't want to, like, we won't go into it. Like, vaccinations do statistically reduce the severity of COVID. Although that in itself is probably going to get some people worked up. So, all right. Let me just run through some of the comments on this. Obama fund. Yeah, that's not true. That's just not true, Jeb. There was never any funding for gain of function research. Work on getting that check, boy, because people kept dying of COVID. Yeah, there are 200 symptoms to claim, and because it's a very insidious disease, it gets into your organs and causes different symptoms. Different people have different manifestations of it. Yes, because where the virus came from right now doesn't change what's going on with it's here. Like, I'm just saying there is a time and place to have that discussion, but this is not the time and the place. I don't want to get sidetracked by a bunch of weirdo talking points about it. Like, I know all that stuff. I know what the things are. I know how to rebut them. I just don't want to waste my time on nonsense. I want to talk about the actual long COVID. Uh, bro, I have it, and it's no joke. It is really like like I've explained. I've described it this way. It's like it's not like trying to start a car when there's no gas. Like sometimes trying to get up or trying to do something when the COVID fatigue hits. It's like trying to start a car when the battery's dead. Like you don't even get the you don't it doesn't even turn over or anything. There's you just cannot physically do anything. And I have this. Oh, sorry to be graphic. I have this green bucket I keep next to my bed. And there are some days where all I can do is just roll over and throw up into that bucket. And that's all I can do all day. I can't even turn on the TV. I mean, and other days like I can function normally, but when it hits, there's nothing you can do about it. Hell yeah, I did. Sick people keep me employed. What do you do? Uh, death rates during COVID. Yes, they did. No, no, that's not true. Jeremiah, please, please. I'm not going to debate you, but what you're saying is just not true. There was definitely an increase in over the, and anyway, I'm not going to get into like your standard weird COVID arguments. 1 million people died. That's a ridiculous number that people didn't really think about. I want my long COVID check. Um, Vaccination decreases chances of death in long COVID. Yeah, it's just practice target for your body. You try taking it yourself, but that's a risk you can take. I love it when people say, "Oh, I just, like getting, like when they talk about getting natural immunity, which is kind of a misunderstanding of what the vaccines do. The vaccines actually train your immunity. It's still natural immunity. But when they talk about getting natural immunity, like getting infected and getting the disease is the best way to keep from getting the diseases. Like saying the best way to get in to prevent car accidents is to drive into a wall. Um, nobody's actually getting long COVID checks, and we're going to get into the economics of all this later. But I think there's a misperception you might have here, Bees, about the finance. Like people are not getting long COVID checks, and that's actually one of the big problems. Is that people with long COVID not only aren't getting checks, they're not able to work. I only got my original 2 vaccine shots. I want my long COVID check. So he's just going to keep repeating the same things. COVID is also broke society. We have not recovered from the social outcomes. There are some people who still repeat some weird things. There was one lady that said that like back in January of last year that everybody that had been vaccinated was going to be dead by December 31st, 2025. Anyway, it was good watching her get skewered. Uh, no, but there is proof. And we don't all have long COVID. Like I said, there are, and what was the number? The number is 17 to 20 million. But that doesn't mean that nobody has it. And it is a widespread problem that the medical community has acknowledged. Hard to get over if your blood loved one passed away. And yeah, that's part of, I think, the one of the things I find offensive about the whole thing is that with COVID is just like dismissing it or politicizing it or whatever, uh, ignores the very human reality that there was this really, really bad disease that really, really killed a lot of people, and just, you know, calling it China virus or whatever because that's what Donald Trump says doesn't change any of that. Nobody funded it. I wish I could get a COVID check. Technically, my check was being a farm tech in an overcrowded COVID ridden hospital. We had like 2 hallways dedicated to COVID patients just lined up in the hallways. I have no idea how some people that, like in the medical community and like just how some people manage to get through the whole COVID crisis. Like the people that had to stay at home and wear masks, like and like make the most minimal sacrifices that just could not stop crying. And now they call us snowflakes. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. You realize that people have worked, right? Like you didn't like not everybody that has long COVID never worked a day in their life, B. Or like you make assumptions about a lot of other people. Do you think 20 million people are just making it up? Nurses were also hit super excited. A lot of them ended up pushing conspiracy theories. And now we have I think we made the nursing shortage even worse, which is like a worldwide nursing shortage. Now of course nursing's not a profession anymore. Yeah, we've come a long way in learning how to treat it, and vaccines have helped a lot in terms of just at least most people, like I think 90% of people or something, have been vaccinated, which at least limits the chances of dying of it. But long COVID is becoming a bigger problem. All right, so let me go back to the dashboard and talk about long COVID a little more. Uh, Being unvaccinated in your first infection, you're 3.3 times more likely to get COVID. Vaccination reduces long COVID risk by 27 to 87%, depending on timing and doses. About 70% of the decline in long COVID rates from pandemic peak to now, it's attributable. Okay, sorry. About 70% of the decline in long COVID rates from the pandemic to peak to now is attributable to vaccination. So there's the number of people that are getting long COVID has been going down, but that's because of vaccination. So these are the most common long COVID symptoms. And like I said, it's not the same for everybody. Everybody has different manifestations of it because it can depend on what organs it's lodging itself into and messing up. 89% have fatigue. That one is a big one with me. Brain fog, cognitive impairment. I don't think I've had much issues with that. Shortness of breath, somewhat, but I only have one lung because I had cancer in my right lung back when I was in my 30s, or actually in my 20s. I was 29. So I'm not, sometimes I have shortness of breath before. Post exertional malaise. This is definitely a big problem I have. If I do too much, I basically can't do anything. Heart palpitations, I haven't had issues with. Muscle pain, I haven't had issues with. Sleep pain problems, I have had issues with. Loss of smell, taste, I haven't had issues with. So some of these symptoms I have, some of these symptoms I don't. And other people might experience it differently. And these are just the most common. There's other symptoms too that aren't listed here. But I just would ask people to refrain from saying things like it's made up or, just get out of bed. And I hope you never have to experience that. Um, I really do. Um, um, okay, bees, you're not obligated to stay here. I don't have you like lassoed here or anything. There was not an increase in death rates. Yes, no, 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 Jeremiah. There was an increase in death rates. There was, and we didn't just reclassify them. This is not true. And I don't want to spend a bunch of time arguing about something that's not true. Yeah, I think if you haven't experienced it, you probably shouldn't be. I don't even have COVID, short COVID. My immune system is rock solid. Good. I'm glad for you. Not everybody dies of cancer. That doesn't mean we shouldn't worry about cancer. Jeremiah, just because you keep saying it doesn't make it true. They do not have a study that people who got the jab crystallized the front of the brain. That's because you can find something when you look it up does not mean it's true. I receive a C19 virus vaccine since February 2021. First one, then every 8 to 10 months, last 2 years. I get the vaccine every 6 months. Never got the coof ouchie either. Never been healthier. Well, that's good. Lots of people get cancer still. Jeremiah, you're one of the bleeps who thinks you know everything, huh? I got my flu and COVID shot and wear a mask. I'm super healthy. And I just, what I don't understand is why the people that were like all, freedom of choice, freedom of choice. Why can't I, when it came to wearing a mask, now walk around like attacking people for wearing masks? Like it wasn't enough that nobody that ever, like that they could not wear a mask. Now they like want to engage with people who choose to wear a mask. And yeah, John Stewart, I'm including you in that. My mom dabbled in conspiracy theories, but stopped once her veteran patients started dying. COVID revealed a lot about how heartless a large portion of this country can be. Everyone knows that COVID 19. No, everybody does not know that, Jacob. Most people know that that's a completely bogus, nonsensical, right wing ranting farce. You don't know that. What happened, since you insist on talking about that, is like a decade before COVID happened, there was one study where they accidentally came up with gain of function, and they killed the virus like 7 minutes after it gained function. That's all that happened. You don't know that only shows that you're either illiterate or a liar. Um, You're welcome. So, all right. So let's go back to long COVID because we're not talking about COVID right now. We're talking about long COVID. The disability wave. This is where somebody keeps talking about free checks. 50% of long COVID patients who worked pre-infection now out of work or reduced hours. Like most people that have like real long COVID, they just cannot work the same way. They either have to reduce their hours or just stop working altogether. 22 to 27% are completely out of work. 15% of unfilled jobs are estimated to due to long COVID. So like 15% of the jobs that are vacated because the person that had them before had long COVID. And that means they were doing that job before. They were getting up at 4 a.m. bees, and they were doing the job. And then they got COVID, and then they lost their job because they couldn't work because of long COVID. And now those jobs are being filled. 70% of Social Security denial rates are for long COVID. People are trying to get Social Security for long COVID, but it's very hard. 70% of the people that are denied are applying for it based on long COVID. It's very hard to get that Social Security check. You know, like you're talking about the long COVID check. Where's your long COVID check? Nobody's getting long COVID checks. Nobody's getting long COVID checks because it's really, really hard to qualify for a long COVID check. Where'd I go? Okay. Long COVID is not in the Social Security Blue Book of listed impairments. You must prove medically determinable impairment. That's harder to say than it sounds. Must prove medically determinable impairment with objective signs, lab findings. Like you have to prove medically that you actually have this impairment, but there is no test which qualifies for that. Hallmark symptoms: fatigue, brain fog, post-exertional malaise. They're difficult to measure objectively. Like you can't like there's not like a chart where you get a test, like a saliva test, and they got like an 85% malaise score or 23% brain fog score. These are things that are subjective that they're real, but you can't prove they're real. And if you can't prove they're real, you can't get disability for it. In order to get any disability, this is a standing thing. To get a disability, you have to go 12 months with proving that you can't work in order to get disability, which is sort of really messed up because most people can't go 12 months without working because they don't have enough money to not work for 12 months. Physicians lack the training in disability documentation. They don't know, like even there's no recourse where physicians don't even know how to handle long COVID and long COVID disability stuff. There are some physicians that deal with disabilities and how helping people get disability claims, but there's no standard process for this one. There are some disabilities where that are obviously disabilities, and then you can have physicians that work with you to file your claim and get approved. There's nothing like that for long COVID. There's a 2-year Medicare waiting period after SSDI is approved. Creates a coverage gap. So you've got like this chronic disease that even if you get approved for SSDI, you've got 2 years without medical care. And you've got a chronic disease that you can't get care for. Nobody's in this for the money. Nobody's like, oh, I got long COVID. Wink, wink. Like, this is not like a fraud thing. Nobody's getting paid for long COVID. People that have long COVID can't do jobs and they can't get Social Security either. There is no disability for them. If you get, rejected, which is usually what happens, even the appeal case takes years, and you can't be working because whole point of disability is that you can't work. So how do you not work and prove that you can't work? Or how do you work and prove you can't work? This is a fundamental problem with disability claims, period. But it's even worse with long COVID claims because it's so ethereal. There's no concrete proof that you have long COVID. Like my wife has disability. She has POTS. And they took a test where she had this table. It's called a flat table test or something like that. And they dropped the test, and then she passed out when they dropped it because of the change in her blood pressure, which is like a actual diagnostic test for POTS. And she failed that test. She passed out. So they could tell the Social Security that she was affirmed for POTS. POTS is in their book of disabilities, and so she got approved for disabilities for her disability. She's been on disability for, I don't know, 20 years now. But I was working and I was able to support her for a year where she wasn't able to work. I don't know how people would not be able to work for a year and then support themselves if they don't have somebody else to support them. It's one of those things where the system is almost designed to not help the people that need assistance the most. ADA recognizes long COVID as a potential disability, but implementation gap is massive. The ADA of American Disabilities Act, fluctuating symptoms complicate traditional accommodation approaches. Employers struggle with permanent accommodations for intermittent symptoms, because that's the other thing is, like, even if you're an employer that wants to be sympathetic, how do you accommodate for that? Like some places you might be able to work from home, but other jobs you couldn't. If you're stocking shelves at Walmart and you can't physically stock shelves at Walmart because you have long COVID and you're going to have like this post-exertional malaise, if you do all this physical work, then you just can't do your job. If you are a bookkeeper for Walmart and you can work from home, then they can accommodate you. But if you're stocking shelves at Walmart, they can't accommodate you, and so you lose your job. Which is another issue with this, is that it tends to have more negative impact on lower income people than middle or higher income people, because middle and higher income jobs are easier to accommodate than lower income jobs. So the economic burden by income quintile, the K-shaped impact. This is what I was just talking about. The economic burden of long COVID falls disproportionately on those at least able to afford it, and as structural factors to make their jobs harder to accommodate it. So if you're in the bottom, and also let's not forget that there is also, you've got this medical disease, you've got this actual disease that costs money to seek medical care, right? I'll actually before I go into that, and start looking at some of these comments. I don't blame them for voting for Trump in 2016 because he was still a wild card. Nobody knew how he'd perform. Okay. You can go ahead and check up all these statistics. You're the one that's sitting there just spouting propaganda. Like, aren't you, at least be curious, dude? Here, I'll do, oh wait, I can't. You can verify any of these things you want. Let me see something. These are my data sources. None of this stuff I'm saying is made up. Okay. It's not just because you saw it on the, you can't go through life just dismissing everything that doesn't agree with your worldview and out of hand. Like, I'm not saying that you have to accept my word for it, but don't just assume I'm making things up because you haven't heard them before. I don't know why voting for tariffs to lower prices is common sense, but oh my goodness, you had it bad. I'm glad you're still here to type. If you were forced to take puberty blockers by your weak Democrat parents. Okay, that's not necessarily true. Well, it's on the CDC website, number of COVID related deaths. For now, RFK Jr. probably hasn't taken it down yet. What is common sense about boring for an orange person? I don't know what that means. Everyone I know, I think he's referring to the common sense thing, but I don't know what you mean by boring. But I think maybe it was a typo. Everyone I know had to work during COVID. I worked during COVID. I worked from home during COVID. I don't think anybody's saying nobody worked during COVID. I'm talking about people that had to, like work with people that were yelling about masks and people that, like all the Karens and tolerating Karens. Yeah, that is, I mean, it's been almost 30 years, 29 years since I had it. But yeah, that's one of the reasons I'm actually very, very careful about COVID. And I got it even though I'm very, very careful. I took off my mask at work and had one meal with my coworkers. And during that meal, I got COVID. It's like the only time I was unmasked around people where I didn't know I was safe. Took one time. They changed the numbers. Go look at this. The excess deaths, if you look at excess deaths during COVID, it's actually higher than we probably actually underreported the number of deaths by COVID. And no, we did not, change the way. So what happened is that people don't understand how death reports are filed. Is all that changes. Somebody comes in with COVID, and then that's like, listed on the thing, and but then they end up getting pneumonia and they die of pneumonia. Like technically the thing that killed them was pneumonia, but they only had pneumonia because they had COVID. So there's like, I can't remember how it all works. There was a video explaining it, but like there's a primary cause of death, secondary cause of death, and stuff like that. And so, like, what caused the pneumonia was actually what caused the death, even though the pneumonia caused the death. Okay, so somebody that has no idea who I am has opinions about it. I'm sorry about your affliction. I worked in Florida. That's why we got hit with so many patients and deaths. I don't know that there's any correlation between the dewormer and long COVID. The host is right about everything. Just ask him, he'll tell you. Well, if I didn't think I was right about it, I wouldn't be saying it. I mean, you think you're right about everything. Do you think you're wrong? Are you arguing with me because you think you're wrong? Uh, I don't know what Christmas. It's such a weird thing. I don't know. Does it maybe your brain becomes breakable or something? Who says vaccination caused COVID-19 virus wrong? I'm very okay. Have multiple diseases, including COPD, multiple sclerosis, etc. I've got a CV-19. Yes, well, keep doing it because you definitely, with all of that, you do not have you do not need to get COVID. No, they did not. This was sometimes people would be in the hospital because they got car accidents and then they would get infected while they were in the hospital and then they would die of COVID, but they got infected by COVID while they were in the hospital. Like, do you guys even like actually when you see something that seems too ridiculous to be true, do you even question whether or not it's too ridiculous to be true? Or do you just decide to leap on it because it proves whatever you want it to believe, like what you want to believe? I'm happy you don't own my old people curve wave. That's the way it is. I don't know what that means. Trump funded the vaccine. Nobody funded the vaccine. Oh, yes, Trump funded. Trump deserves credit for expediting the COVID vaccine. I will say that. Obama funded the virus. Obama did not fund the virus. Trump did not fund the vaccine. Congress funded the vaccine. And it's not like anybody was against. It's not like if somebody else. It's not like Donald Trump was like leading the charge for the vaccine or something. He just didn't get in the way, and he deserves credit for that. Fibrin, crystals, and calcium. I think he's referring to the nasal wearing mask was totally normal, even for allergies, and even before the COVID vaccine. It's like if you've ever been there, just for smog and stuff. My immune system is crazy strong. I still got crazy symptoms from COVID. It was a new virus, so our immune systems did not have the antibodies to ward it off. Hey, by the way, if you want, anybody is interested, I just did published a whiteboard video today on the history of vaccines, and it's really fascinating if you're interested. Did you know that the first vaccines they were like that they were for smallpox, and they would take a sore from a smallpox victim and they would like pop it, and then they would dry out like the pus or whatever, and then they would grind it up, and then they would blow it up somebody's nose. This was like going back to like 1000 BC in China and India and even Africa. And they'd blow it up the nose, and then your chance, it would be like they do it with somebody that has a mild case, and they didn't understand the science behind it. But basically, they would infect somebody with a small case of smallpox, and they found out like instead of 30% of people dying, like only 1% of them would die. And so that was the way that vaccines were done until the 1700s. And we actually, in the US, we got it from a slave that taught his slave owner, who also happened to be, believe it or not, one of the guys that was instrumental in the witch trials. His name was Cotton. Anyway, George Washington then used this method to immunize the troops during the Revolutionary War. And if we didn't have these mandatory like vaccine mandate, we probably would have lost the revolution. Anyway, if you want to watch the video, it's got that whole history in there. I've never got C19 virus. I wear a mask. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad you wear a mask, and I'm glad, even more glad, you never got it, because you definitely don't need it. Just as somebody that's susceptible myself with the one lung, it was a very, very unpleasant week. I didn't have to get hospitalized or anything because I was vaccinated, and I'd had Paxlovid right away, but it was still like a really bad week. It's so horrifying that people had to make vaccines a political decision. This is one of those things, and I echo this theme a lot on this channel and on this podcast, that I think that so many things we do not look at solutions because we're too busy trying to have a political argument about everything. Like, not everything needs to be political. Like, I wish we could talk about issues and then look for solutions instead of talking about solutions and then trying to make issues out of solutions. You have to be some kind of idiot to say, oh, well, they are waiting to die. Man, I can't stand morons like you. And what the bleep do you know about me? Keep talking. Okay, so somebody has offended you, and I imagine your anger is justified. You can suspect the Wuhan lab, but there's no actual evidence. Kelly, I think you found a topic that might break MAGA. The trolls are so boring right now. You believe that, hunk? That's crazy talk. I mean, maybe it was from the Wuhan's lab, but more likely it was from Zootonic, from these. Yeah, they're. What happened here is they changed their language from that it was definitively not man-made to, like, there was a slight possibility that it might have been man-made, but there's been no evidence that there was anything from the Wuhan lab that, it was created or man-made or set loose on the world. And the one thing, there was a gain of function from a COVID virus that happened in like 2011, has no relationship at all to 2019. It lived for like 7 minutes and then it was killed. And that was the gain of function research that they're always talking about. And it was the difference between research to gain function and research that resulted in a gain of function. It's like a play on, it's a logical sophistry where they're trying to make it seem like because it gained function, they were trying to gain function, which is disproven by the fact that as soon as it gained function, they killed it. Like, and this was actually had nothing to do with Democrats or Republicans or whatever, or Fauci. mRNA causing myocardial infarction is a bit scary. It's also extremely rare. And it's only in certain segments of the population, and it's only in certain vaccines. So, like, basically, I think it's between young men that are between 18 and 20. Most of the time, it goes away after a couple of weeks. There's very, very limited cases where it persists. And so then they just suggest you use a different vaccine if you're a different age. As far as I know, and I've looked this up several times, no one has ever died from a vaccine, or from COVID vaccine, or at least from the myocardial infarction. The whole vaccine injury thing is from bad faith people misusing the VAERS report. Yeah, I've been cancer free since I've been lung free, so 29 years now. I don't know what I'm supposed to assume responsibility for. I see it all the time, especially in the city. People going up the stairs every day, and then one day they can't. The next day they can. There's no reason for it. It just happens. Yeah, that's the thing about long COVID is it doesn't matter what happened one day to the next. All right, so where are we at? Let's go back to the dashboard. So as I was saying, there's a medical cost and lost wages as a percentage of annual income. So this is like looking at by wage, by quintile. The bottom 20%, their medical cost is 28% of their income. They're losing 35% of their income. The total burden is 63% of people that, and this is the bottom 20%. These are not people that have extra money to spend on anything anyway. The top 20%, their medical costs is only 4% of their income. Their lost wages, because they can't work or whatever, is 7%. It's still a hit. Most people can't lose 11% of their income, but they have expendable income, and it's something that they can get through. But it's not an easy thing for anybody. So then as I was saying, the lower income jobs are just generally structurally harder to accommodate. Like if you're an Uber driver, you have to drive your car and drive things to people. If you're a warehouse deliverer, or if you're, working in a restaurant, or you're a daycare provider, and you just have your job is a physical job, a lot of times that means that your physical presence is required. You can't work from home. Like I was able to work from home in during COVID because my job was a computer job. And I was a trainer, and I had to train people, but we could do that with Zoom calls and whatnot. You can't do that if your job is to stock groceries. So the higher income jobs are easier to accommodate, which also there's a compounding effect, which is when you actually have to go to work, when you actually have to do things, you can see what happens is your chances of getting reinfected go up. Higher exposure risk, essential workers are more likely to get COVID. Less preventive care, they're less likely to be vaccinated and get fewer boosters because they are less likely to have insurance and less likely to have the means to cover for getting shots. They can't take sick time when they're sick, which also means that they're more likely to infect their coworkers. Like I got infected by a coworker in a different job. Higher long COVID rates. The poorer you are, the more likely you are to get long COVID because of that. Because you're less likely to be vaccinated because you're more likely to get reinfected. So it's not just that long COVID hits poor families harder. Long COVID also hits poor families more frequently. So this becomes a cycle, like a downward cycle. I was thinking of it like a circle, but it's more like you get COVID and then you're not able to work, and then you get long COVID and you're not able to work, so you lose your job, or you have to cut down hours and you make less money, which means that you can't get medical care, which eventually means that you have to take a job where you're physically somewhere, and then that means that you have a higher chance of getting reinfected, which means that your COVID gets worse, your long COVID gets worse, and so on and so forth. And it just becomes this negative spiral that's really, really bad. Long COVID sucks. All right. Now, long COVID right now, obviously, you can't get long COVID without getting COVID. Right now, COVID is rising, especially in the South and West. They're not really. There's no central tracking anymore. And as I said, this is one of the things that issues I have with Biden is that he stopped this, as though COVID had just disappeared and gone away magically when it hasn't. It's still just as bad. Well, not in terms of deaths, but it's still an endemic. We're still should be paying attention to what's going on here, and we're just pretending it went away. So, hospitalizations have been going up. And when you look at wastewater, we see that more people are getting infected, but hospitalizations are always a trailing indication, which means that hospital rates are going to continue to go up. And now we've got it's getting compounded with respiratory diseases are also going up, especially in children. So if you get RSV and COVID together, that's not a good indication. So let's talk about the surveillance collapse. Starting in May 2023, the CDC discontinued aggregate cause death reporting. In April 2024, most countries stopped reporting to the WHO. So now it's just not just in America, but worldwide, nobody's paying attention to it anymore, even though it's still killing people, even though people are still getting it. The testing infrastructure is largely dismantled. I think that the testing kits that used to get sent out, I think Trump put an end to that. So now if you want to get tested, you have to go and buy one, which means that a lot of people that don't have the $20 to go and drop on a COVID test are not going to get tested when they should get tested. And so that means that they're going to be running around infecting people. Wastewater surveillance is now the primary early warning system, and it's getting bad. We're debating whether it's 20 million or 40 million long COVID cases while deliberately refusing to track the problem. The uncertainty isn't due to scientific limitations, it's due to policy choices to dismantle surveillance. And I would just point out that each time you get infected, I want to remind you, each time you get infected, there is a greater chance that you get long COVID. This is a number that's going to grow. The number 20 to 40 million is not going to shrink. It's going to grow. Because as people get COVID, more people will get long COVID. That's just a immutable fact. All right. So now let's look into like what can be done for treatment of people. Is you're in this downward spiral where you don't have a job or you can barely work and you can't get unemployment or you can't get disability. You can't work, you can't get disability. And now we've got Congress in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is putting this work requirements thing into Medicaid. So if you have Medicaid, if you have COVID and you can't work, or you had long COVID and you can't work, and you can't get Medicaid either because you can't work, and you can't get disability because you don't have Medicaid to get the medical opinions you need to get Social Security. So they made it so that you have like 80-hour work requirement. You've got 11.8 million people that are projected to lose their Medicaid coverage over the next 10 years. Some of those people will have long COVID issues. A lot of them might. And they have to prove that they can work every 6 months. So you've got these two systems with contradictory requirements. To get Medicaid, you have to prove you can work 80 hours a month. To get SSDI, you have to prove you can't work. And you've got long COVID patients with fluctuating systems trapped in the middle, just hoping that they can somehow meet out 80 hours a week just to keep their Medicaid, but then knowing if they keep their Medicaid, they're going to lose their chance of getting Social Security. Okay, so let's go through some of these comments. Okay. Without an objective standard, would you determine patient A as having long COVID and patient B as not, despite similar symptoms? I don't I'll let Kitty answer that question if she wants to. What happened to government paying your hospital bill if you are infected with COVID? Yeah, that no longer is the case. I would prefer that there were objective tests for everything, but that is not how medicine works. Yeah, it's there is no objective test. If there were objective tests, it would make all of this a lot easier. Like I said, my wife, she got diagnosed with POTS by an objective test, qualified her for disability. It's, like if it's not a subjective thing, but that's the problem with um long COVID is it's the experience of it is very real. It being subjective and not, like there not being a test does not mean it's not real to the person that's got it. Like when I'm like throwing up in the middle of the night into my green bucket, that's not imagining. That's not like a subjective thing. Whatever that means. COVID variants have adapted and are less lethal in exchange for being more infectious, just like the flu when it's popped up in the early. Yeah, and I think that there's yeah. So what was it used as a way to determine, or is it just correlative? Diagnosis use both. Are we talking about long COVID or something else? Okay, still saying that. Okay, that was a productive. I believe the COVID test contained COVID itself. No, the COVID test did not contain COVID itself. Liberal crisis. I don't know what that means. We wait. Objective. I mean, like, do you think that nobody that voted for Trump has long COVID? Resistance, Kitty. Wait. Objective and subjective. Great. Though subjective out the throw. Oh, do you mean throw? Um, are you asking for a counter an objective standard that would be used for long COVID? There isn't one. That's the issue. That doesn't mean long COVID isn't real. I took the shots and didn't get COVID either, mostly because I practiced prior hygiene. Proper hygiene. Definitely this guy. Oh, yeah. Nothing, but you can't actually like address the facts, bees. Nothing if you took the clot shot, you would. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Like when is this the kind of thing that you guys like sit around in your little circles, your little bubble circles, and say things to each other, and you're like, yeah, and clap each other on the back and talk about what a great point you just made? I don't even know what like this is. If you took the clock shot, you now depend on the system forever. What that means at all? Like, do you think that 90% of the American population is dependent on the system forever? Like whatever dependent on the system forever means? Did you go to Wuhan and do your research? I don't. Is that anywhere near Wuhan? Liberals should just stay home. It would make the world a better place. Really, I have a feeling if liberals just remember when you guys were all complaining because like you couldn't get your McDonald's order fast enough. Anyway, When COVID was first reported, it was the Wuhan, China, where the first cases were discovered. Yes, nobody's denying that it probably came out of Wuhan. Whether it came out of a lab in Wuhan is a different story. There is no viable treatment. That is sadly true. Um, right now, there's maybe some things like vitamin. There's some things that people are doing that maybe help but not cure. Lots of people work and have the shots. It's even a requirement in the medical field. Yeah, 90% of America has gotten at least one vaccine shot. Like if it were like this big um fatal thing that people talk about, then there would be a lot more dead people. Resistance Kitty, since you just I don't think she's actually conceded anything. Are you suggesting like I would like to just get um your argument here. Are you suggesting since there is no objective test for long COVID that it does not exist? Are you are you saying that unless a disease has an objective test, it doesn't exist, that it's just a pretend thing? Because that to me is what you're saying. But there are definitely other diseases that we diagnose that don't have objective tests. And lots of people who diet and exercise get COVID. Like it's not like diet and exercise make you immune. I'm starting to get the feeling that you're not actually asking this with in good faith. Like I don't think you're actually trying to understand how long COVID is diagnosed. I think you're trying to use uh, rhetorical questions that you don't know the answers to as a refutation of the existence of long COVID. So, like, if you want to be intellectually honest, why don't you actually look up that and then come back and tell us what you learned? Like, how are people diagnosed to do long COVID instead of trying to take over the chat with stupid questions? Why don't you do some honest research? Um, I don't know what that means, but I do know that it's they are. THEY apostrophe RE. I never get sick because I'm smart. I don't touch sports, and I always wore masks in the COVID-ridden hallways. Um, I will say I have gotten since I started taking cautions against COVID. I haven't gotten any colds. I haven't gotten any flus. Haven't gotten any other diseases. Seems pretty anal, but lots of patients die and get sick from non-social illnesses. Hospital boring. Right. Differential diagnosis is a system of both signs and symptoms. This is why doctors go to school for a decade. Medical judgment and the ability to spot patterns is the thing. Good answer. I think people should strive to be healthier, But do you think that Big Macs cause COVID? Like, I 100%, like, as I said before, I don't eat any processed food. I only eat what I cook myself. I mill my own flour. I mill my own corn flour. I mill my own grain. I make my own bread. I make my own pasta. I make it from organic, non-GMO um, grain that I get from Azure. I chop my own vegetables. I eat like I eat as healthy or healthier than you do probably. Um, but people still get COVID no matter how healthy they eat. It's not about how healthy of a like I agree you should have healthy food. I don't think that eating healthy food prevents you from getting COVID. And I think there are plenty of people that eat healthy food that have gotten COVID. And I think that there are plenty of people who eat terribly who didn't get COVID. I think that you're trying to juxtapose two things that have no association with one another. And I think you're doing that either because you're deliberately being dishonest or because you don't know you're being dishonest. But either way, you're being dishonest. Like, I know a girl that she ran a marathon about once or twice a month. She ate like as healthy as anybody could eat. Like, she was nuts and berries diet. And she got COVID. She couldn't even run 2 miles after that for a while because it affected her lungs. I've been an athlete my whole life. Used to be gym 3 to 4 times a week, lifting and run 3 mile after workouts. 229 pounds of muscle and hardly ever got sick until COVID. Lots of people eat healthy and exercise a lot and get COVID. I literally sent you 3 different links that tell you the answer. So apparently they're not looking for answers. They're looking for um they're asking it's maybe it's not the way that you want to frame it. Maybe the issue is you want to frame a thing in a certain way that it's not framed. This is what we call a loaded question. Have you stopped beating your wife yet? Have you stopped beating your wife yet? That's what a loaded question is. I love Big Macs. So does Donald Trump. Whatever that means, do you know what clot shot means? I know what you think it means. I know that you probably don't know what mRNA vaccines do. How can you prove long COVID without an objective test? Well, how can you prove lots of diseases without an objective test? That's the problem. Is it's how do you prove long COVID? This is the issue. If you find the answer to that question, we would be happy to explore it. Like, that's the issue. That's the hard thing. That's what people are struggling with. That does not mean there is no such thing as long COVID. That there is no objective test for it does not mean it does not exist. The objective test does not make the thing real. It just makes the thing testable. I don't even know if I've ever had COVID. My ex-wife got COVID. I slept in the same bed as her. She didn't have any symptoms. I went fishing. So you may have you if you wanted to know, you can go and take an antibody test and see if there's COVID antibodies in you. My mom voted for Trump, but mostly because all our COVID patients in the VA kept dying at like 20, 30 years old. She's in cardiac until she got the vaccine. Wow. If liberals stayed at home, they'd be the opposite of liberal. They'd be caged. Oh, wow. Um, no, most people didn't get it because it became mandated, and it didn't become mandated for most people. I got it because I wanted it. I didn't want to get COVID. I would rather like not get COVID than COVID. I got it because I'm not an idiot. Like I think that vaccines have historically been good for mankind. I think that there used to be this thing called smallpox, which would like wipe out 30% of the people that got it. You know why we don't have smallpox anymore? You know why? Because vaccines exist. I got the vaccine because I'm not a moron. The reason COVID rates fell is because vaccines became a thing. The reason death rates for COVID fell is because of vaccines. And as far as I know, not a single person is in jail because they didn't get the COVID vaccine. I don't remember them complaining about from McDonald's. I remember a lot of crying about Cracker Barrel. Yeah, boy, Cracker Barrel, when they changed their insignia, they just lost their minds for some reason. As though like everything is like some woke liberal conspiracy. But that doesn't mean that's like no proof that it doesn't exist. Like this is a logical fallacy there. McDonald's is my biggest weakness. Recently, my metabolism has slowed, so I'm having to cut down on sweets and fast food. And oh well, it was fun while it lasted. I've been enjoying like I make my own hamburger buns out of fresh milled wheat. Man, if you've never had fresh milled wheat, then you don't know. You don't know. And it's also a lot more filling. Dude, this is how all diseases are identified via a pattern of symptoms grounded together. Objective testing is not old. Is not that old, and there are not objective tests for all diseases. That's right. Like, is there an objective? Would you like? I think we would all agree is that like being a sociopath, like a lot of mental illnesses, right? Um, schizophrenia. Is schizophrenia real? Is there like a blood test for schizophrenia? Or, like, is there a saliva test? How do you test for schizophrenia? Isn't that test entirely subjective and symptomatic? Like, I mean, Kitty's right. Like the idea that you need an objective biological test for a test for a disease to be real is like then we don't have most of our diseases. Okay, well, it seems like I anticipated your question. Do you think schizophrenia is real? You don't. It doesn't make you healthy. Like healthy eating can make you healthy. Healthy exercise can make you healthy. Not being vaccinated just makes you kind of dumb. Makes you more likely to die of COVID. COVID is not a mind game. I've eaten at McDonald's 2 times in my life. Wow. If you put a burger in a closet for 25 years and it looks the same, there's something wrong. All right, but you are missing like the McDonald's apple pies from back in like the 80s and 90s when it was like if you waited like 3 hours and ate it, it would still burn your mouth out. Those were the days. All right, so let's go back here. The impossible math. Why poor people can't access disability. To get SSDI, you need to stop working and reduce your income below $15.50 a month. You have to wait 1 or 2 years for initial decision, and then it's denied 70% of the time. Then you have to wait another 1 or 2 years for appeals if you're denied. Then you have to wait 2 more years after approval for Medicare. Total 2 to 4 years without minimal income. And no health care. And this is all while you're trying to get treatment for a chronic disease. So during that 2 years, you still need to pay for housing, food, utilities, medical care, medications, and, just to even apply for disability, you need like $50,000 in savings, which most people, believe it or not, that are in the bottom quintile do not have $25,000 to $50,000 in savings. So the people that are most likely to get long COVID and get reinfected to make their long COVID worse and have to go to work are also the ones that are least likely to able to get help. So like when it comes to work requirements, just to pile on this whole thing, Georgia tried it and it failed drastically. The amount of money that they spent on ensuring the work requirements were met, actually they ended up costing more money to enforce the program than it saved the program. All right. So what are the chances we're going to get anywhere on it? We're going to talk about one of my favorite people in the world now. A question can't be in bad faith. Yes, it can. It can absolutely be in bad faith. Yours is in bad faith. You're not looking for an answer. And when it gets answered, you keep just ignoring the answer. You're not actually trying to find out why and how long COVID is diagnosed. You're trying to use a question that you don't understand the answer to as a refutation of people actually being able to have the disease. You're not making an argument, or you're not asking a question. You're making a bad argument with a question mark on the end of it. You're not asking how it's diagnosed. You're saying if there is no diagnosis, then it can't be real. You're using a statement with a question mark at the end of it. That's how it's a bad faith question, especially when the statement you make is provably wrong. I just came to say hello, Kelly. Hi, Darren. Oh, hey, Darren. I'm not staying long. There's too many uneducated, brainwashed MAGA nutcases in your chat room, more than any other room. Keep spitting facts. Trigger the MAGA cult. It's interesting that I'm like the hangout spot for my. I try to honestly talk to their questions, which might be why. So yes, we do know, and we keep telling you, and you keep ignoring the answer. Why do you keep ignoring the answer to the question that keeps getting answered? I haven't heard of them diagnosing long COVID to anyone youthful. It still seems to be mostly middle-aged and older. No, that's not true. Young people do. I'll just look this up, but I'm pretty sure. Yes, young people absolutely get long COVID, often experiencing significant neurological and other symptoms like fatigue, brain fog, headaches, and mood changes. So studies show younger adults, 18 to 44, can have more severe neurological long COVID issues, including headaches, numbness, vision problems, depression, anxiety, insomnia, and cognitive decline, regardless of initial infection severity, says Northwestern Medicine. So, yes, you can. One of those things that you could have just Googled and found out. I'm not pushing stats on anybody. I'm just relaying what my research is. And I'm not playing on your emotions. I'm just stating facts. I'm still alive without the COVID shot. Good. I'm glad. I don't want anybody to die. Lots of people that didn't have the COVID shot cannot say the same thing. They died of COVID. So these are a list of diseases that there are no tests for. Yes, no, everybody. There is not a question about whether or not there's an objective way to test long COVID. The entire conversation that I've been having about long COVID is that since there is no objective way to test long COVID, it makes it hard for people that have long COVID to get disability. Because to get disability, you need to have a hard diagnosis. And there's no way to diagnose. There's not like an easy way to. That's the point. It's not that people don't have it, it's that people can't get disability for it. That does not mean that people don't have long COVID. If you're Indian, you just point out the paper to become a doctor. Oh, really? Yeah. I'm not sure that's accurate. I'm convinced long COVID was in the vaccine. Then why are you more likely to have long COVID if you aren't vaccinated? Right now, it is mostly an observed pattern because it is new, similar to how a lot of medicine just works, and we still don't know why. But and vaccines, by the way, were very much one of those things. They were using the blow the disease up somebody's nose, like literally for like 1,000 years before they understood why it worked. Um uh, I know a girl anecdote. I don't know if you're like suggesting I'm overweight. I'm 5'7" and 170. I don't know if that makes me overweight, but I'm not fat. The pharmaceutical companies said it would take years initially to complete tests. Trials for vaccine approval. Trump pushed the vaccine while putting $19 billion towards Operation Warp. Yes, and I said before, I give him credit for Operation Warp Speed. It wasn't his idea, and I think any other president would have, also gone along with it. It's not like there was this big anti-vax movement under Trump. It is funny that the people that celebrate Operation Warp Speed and say he doesn't get enough credit for it also are the anti-vax crowd. So I agree he deserves credit for Operation Warp Speed, and it wasn't. I think there's some misunderstanding. It's not that the Operation Warp Speed developed the vax. What Operation Warp Speed did is typically there's layers to testing that have to go sequentially. What Operation Warp Speed did is it let all this testing happen simultaneously. So it saved time in the testing phase. The development, the actual vaccine had been developed before Operation Warp Speed happened. It accelerated the testing timeline. It didn't accelerate the development timeline. Okay. Healthy immune system definitely will increase your resistance, but there's no harm in teaching your immune system how to properly handle COVID without overreacting, killing you. Yeah. I think the mRNA thing is actually pretty brilliant. Like it actually trains our immune system to recognize a disease it never had and defeat it. Like it's not replacing our immune system, it is training our immune system so that we never actually have to get the disease at all in order to defeat it. That is a unique thing in the history of immunology, and it's like got all kinds of potential use down the road, like in terms of cancer and everything. Like our to tweak and train our immune system is really, really incredible. And I feel like some of the stupid, which reminds me, I got to get back to RFK Jr. on the whole thing is just like, why are people so dumb? So RFK Jr., he's a contradiction when it comes to long COVID. On the one hand, he's committed to prioritizing long COVID research. He said he was committed to prioritizing long COVID research during his confirmation hearings. One of his sons actually has long COVID, so he has a personal stake in it, which is why it might be one of those things where he's not gone full weirdo on it. He's held a roundtable with researchers and patient advocates, and he's agreed to work with Congress on research funding. On the other hand, he claims 1.5 billion spent on it is produced literally nothing. He cut the long COVID office cut by executive order after Trump took office. So the office that was working on it, he removed. He canceled funding for mRNA research vaccines, which is just I don't understand why there's all this hatred of mRNA vaccines. And when I've tried to look into it and I've looked at like what their reasoning is, like that it changes our DNA stuff, it gets into some of this arguing that circles have too many angles type logic that just escapes me. I don't know where people get some of their arguments from. He won't acknowledge the vaccine saved lives or reduced long COVID risks, which they did. They objectively, scientifically did. He called COVID vaccine the deadliest vaccine ever made, which is nonsense. And September 2025 testimony, we were lied to about everything, which is not true. So he's like this anti-vaccine, anti-COVID vaccine. He's got all the weirdo narratives on this, but at the same time, he's ready to recognize long COVID is real because his son has it. He has a fundamental contradiction. He has personal motivation to address long COVID, but anti-vaccine stance and dismantling of public health infrastructure directly undermine prevention and research. You cannot claim to care about long COVID while attacking the vaccines that reduce the risk by 27 to 80% and cutting the offices that study it. All right. So let's go back to the comments. I don't think anybody in here has taken the, like Darren's got a point. Like, and I don't think anybody's been on the, like, oh, eating bad is a good thing kind of, but it's funny how the people that are all pro freedom, like want to regulate how many times a week you can eat at McDonald's or whatever. Even though RFK Jr. apparently likes to eat there. Just immune system. Healthy immune system will definitely increase your resistance, but there's no harm in teaching your. Oh, I think we already read that one. How can you prove that Democrat? I don't even know what that comment, like that's. Do you think all Democrats, do you think that all transgender women are Democrats? Because I think that Caitlyn Jenner would disagree with that. My ex-wife tested positive. We slept in. Yes, sometimes people don't get COVID. Like, that does not mean that COVID does not. I don't know what you're saying about that. That doesn't mean that people that eat healthy and exercise never get COVID. It just means you didn't get COVID. If those people want to know the answers, why didn't they contact the CDC or some official department instead of emotionally typing at 5 million miles per hour? Or at least just research it. Like some things can be looked up. Okay, I answered your question about 1,000 times, dude. You just don't want to listen to the answer. Uh, the mRNA is just target practice for your body, helps produce antibodies before the real thing over. Yeah. It's like it's training your body to look at to see the COVID virus and recognize that's the bad guy. You got to go after that guy. This is a fact. If you look at both response to mask mandates, like counties that had mask mandates had a lower death rate from COVID than counties that didn't have mask mandates. If you look at counties that voted for Trump, they had lower vaccination rates and higher death rates, especially when that second wave came through. Like when the second wave came through, the was like I don't remember what it was, but you're like a lot more likely to die of COVID if you weren't vaccinated than when you were. And then as more people got vaccinated, the whole numbers changed a little bit, but you're comparing like 90% of the population to 10% of the population. Well, he's got a website right behind the chat, so ask him for the website. The research I did on Claude. And all the references are down here. Key data sources are down here. Dude, once again, the criteria for long COVID have been developed by experts who use the same methodology for that they use for other disease. I don't think he wants an answer because I have yet seen him respond. I've answered him. You've answered him. Other people have answered him. He's never actually even acknowledged anybody has answered his question. So I don't think he's looking for an answer. I think he's just looking to keep saying, like, unless there's a blood test for long COVID, it doesn't exist. I actually convinced my mom to get, I'm glad you did. She was also vaccine hesitant, but didn't tell her she had to, but I reminded her of how many patients died because of a careless doctor. Stay home with it. Yeah, I'm think I'm done reading his comments about that. So I think it is weird that online's Red Bull. All right. Thanks for joining today, Brett. Appreciate your feedback as always. We will get there and figure out how long COVID works, but half our medicines today work, but we have no idea why. Oh, yeah. I think like for me, I don't know if it's technically a medicine, but one of the things that helps me is vitamin B, like vitamin B12 especially. Long COVID check again. I don't know if you're even like processing what I'm saying. Nobody's getting long COVID checks. Interesting. So somebody, I guess there's some. Your question has been answered so many times. Um, all right, so let's go back here. The result, a death spiral with no exit. And the thing is the more times you get it, each time you get it, you also have a better chance of dying of it. And this has been it's not just unique to long COVID. It's like with a lot of chronic diseases, and it's with a lot of the problems with our disability system is that you can't work, and you can't work, so you don't have money. You don't have money, so you can't pay for your health care. So you have to work, but then working makes you sicker, and so on and so forth. And so you have like these people that get in like a death spiral. Eventually, they die. Here, I even made this. You got the initial COVID infection. Essential workers have higher exposure risk, less ability to take precautions, work in public facing roles where isolation is impossible. You develop long COVID, being unvaccinated at first infection. You're 3.3 times more likely to get long COVID. Lower income workers are less likely to be vaccinated or have access to early treatment. But you can't afford to stop working because you have no savings buffer. You need income for rent, food, existing medical bills, and so on. And then you've got the Medicaid work requirements that kick in starting soon. And you have to prove that you're still working every 6 months, even if you can't work. So you just push through worsening systems, which, like the post exertional malaise, brain fog, crushing fatigue. And so you either manage to do that or you just lose your Medicaid. Then you keep getting reinfected because you have to work because you can't get medical care and you can't get disability. And so you have to work and then you get reinfected and then your symptoms get worse and then you faced with the whole choice again and so on and so forth until you die. And this has happened with other diseases, and eventually you're going to see people dying of COVID because they just had to keep going back and getting worse and worse cases of COVID because there's no way to diagnose long COVID in a way that will satisfy our disingenuous little friend here that keeps asking the same question over and over and over again. No, the whole point, the whole problem, my dude, is that there is no objective test. That does not mean it's not real. You seem to be under the impression that no objective test means it's not real. No, it's still real. 40 million people aren't making it up. Yeah, we can't just pretend. All right, so that's more or less the dashboard. We'll just remove that. We can't just pretend the pattern isn't irregular. We just know that you have to have COVID. Yeah, it's like all these people that have COVID and then after they have COVID end up having similar symptoms like malaise or brain fog or like crushing fatigue. When you have these common symptoms from people that did have COVID, like that was testable. Like at a certain point, it's not just coincidence or people faking it. Yeah. The right now, according to the research I did just a few days ago, there was still no definitive test for long COVID. No, 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 because again, I don't know if you're the same person that keeps saying this, but no, long COVID is not from the jab. And I know this because you're more likely to get long COVID if you don't have the jab. I know this because people were getting long COVID before the vaccine was even available. Yes, I do have long COVID. I've never denied that. That's actually I said that at the top of the show. Um, yes, we can. We can trust these stats because there is enough of them. There's enough. There's a large enough sample size that it would be silly to dismiss them out of hand. That's how. It's just the sheer volume of it, dude. Do you think like 15 million people just made up the same thing? Uh, we trust it because we have patients come in who totally unrelated and not in the same state complaining of the same symptoms, and people in other parts of the world. Like it's not just an American phenomenon, and it's not just like Democrats or liberals or something like that. There are people all over the world that have the same issues. Okay, good. There are plenty of people that never had the shot that got COVID. Like, never had the shot, never got the COVID does not mean that getting the shot means you got COVID. We didn't just come up with the shot and then COVID came out of that. Like some people have like do you or were you there in 2020? I seem to have all those neurological systems and had COVID. I had vaccines. I seem to have major mood disruptions. Could be coincidental. It could be. If it all started right after you had COVID, it might have long COVID. So you can't. You just refuse to acknowledge what anybody says, don't you? I had COVID 5 times, 4 times after my vaccines. They do nothing. Okay. Um, Not gonna lie, I give credit to Trump for the COVID vaccine. It's his greatest accomplishment. Like it changed lives, yet they do not play up the one really good thing he did and said. Like a lot of them will say that's like the one. If you ask them for one criticism of Trump, and they'll make it that. A lot of Republicans I talk to refuse to acknowledge he pushed the development of vaccine. I tell you that Trump still, yeah, Trump is not an anti-vaxxer. Actually, he's a bit of a germaphobe, from what I understand. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm pretty sure it is. Okay. They made me watch an ad before tuning in. Hope they pay you. I do get. This is a monetized podcast. I probably got like 0.01 cents or something. um, but by the way, anybody that's watching on YouTube, if you wanted to click like and subscribe, that would be awesome. If you haven't already. Yes, some diseases are observable and testable. Not every disease is testable. I don't know why you keep making this point, but yes, there are actual diseases which we recognize which are not testable. Because a disease is not testable does not mean it is not real. Wow, they almost completely wiped out cervical cancer in Australia because of a vaccine. Is that an mRNA vaccine, or I think it would have to be. It is not a mind altering chemical that was put in your body. That's coffee. Um, Coffee is a mind altering chemical that you put in your body. Do you drink coffee? Do you drink Coke? She is just to be take cancer meds for 5 years to eradicate. It has a mastectomy too. Well, who do you know? How do you seem to be under the impression that there are tens of millions of people that have long COVID symptoms that don't have long COVID. Like there weren't all these symptoms. There wasn't like this pocket of people that had, like chronic fatigue and or like like that had fatigue and brain fog and had all these long COVID symptoms before COVID existed. Like you seem to be like saying, well, you've got two people that could have long COVID, could maybe not have long COVID. They both have the same symptoms. How do you distinguish between the two of them? Well, one, did they have COVID? And number two, where is this group, this mythical group B that doesn't exist? There wasn't like these questions about this kind of condition before COVID, right? Like we didn't have people that had all of these symptoms before COVID. So then you have COVID, and then you have people that got COVID that start having all of these conditions. And then we start calling the people that have all of these conditions that had COVID, we say, oh, that's long COVID. We're identifying these symptoms of a people that had a disease and got over it. You want to know, like one thing is you want one thing might be, have they had COVID? And like, I don't understand what your question is. I don't like if you're honestly looking for an answer and you're honestly saying what's to distinguish them between somebody and plan B. Where was this other group of people before COVID? Like where were the 20 to 40 million people that had all of these conditions before COVID? Who are they being confused with? Kelly, China is the blame for COVID. Everyone did their best in a crazy situation. I don't know if China is to blame for COVID. I have not seen anything China did that was wrong. Actually, China tried really, really hard to shut it down. Good night, War Pigs. I appreciated your feedback today. My sister went through something similar and it's tough, man. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. No one deserves that. Why do you have to get into like transgender attacks on this subject? Like, why can't we talk about anything without like people coming in and just assaulting transgender people? Don't get me wrong, I lost family to COVID. Skippy, have you ever thought about making your emoji a jar of peanut butter? Weirdo narratives, countries that don't vaccinated at birth and virtually. Yeah, that's not true. How do you determine who has okay, who has similar symptoms that doesn't have long COVID? That where are those people? I don't know what you're like. How far? Okay, I'm gonna assume you missed my rant on that. Like you keep asking this as though there is like this other group of people that could be confused with. Like what people are you confused? I missed the Wuhan lab and janitor change release COVID. I was in. Oh wow! Why didn't you stop him, dude? It's all your fault. Um, Skippy, if you had stopped that janitor, just think how much better the world would be right now. How? Okay, why are you still asking the same question that I keep answering? I would like you to preface the next question with the answer I gave you. To who is this other group of people that you're worried about confusing with, and where were they before COVID existed? Why weren't there this particular set of symptoms that people with long COVID had? Why weren't there a sizable portion of the population that had those symptoms before COVID if there is something which you can confuse long COVID with? The whole the test, if you wanted one, would have been the COVID test. They had COVID, and then they got all these symptoms. I have some Nazis in the room. I did not see them. Har har. This is not the worst group of Trump supporters I've seen. Even though one guy, he just seems bent on ignoring everybody's answer. I don't know what that means. You're what's wrong with our nation. What does that mean? What is wrong with our nation? Other than me, like how am I what's wrong with our nation? That's on the is the what's wrong with our nation on our bingo card? I should present the big I should have that as a thing. Okay, I think we've all provided in many different ways that the point of whether or not there is an objective way is moot. You keep acting like that means something. Why does it mean to you something that there is an objective way? Like you're asking a question that keeps getting answered and you don't like the answer. But why does that answer matter to you? Are you suggesting that long COVID doesn't exist? Because there's this other mythical group of people that is being confused with people that have long COVID. Tell me what other group of people that have the same symptoms and have had COVID. What is it that about them? Why did they not exist before COVID? With whom do you think are people being confused? I don't think you'll answer my question because you want to ask questions, but you don't want to actually have an honest conversation. No, Democrats do not love COVID. Sir, this is Robin Olds, the greatest fighter pilot from the USA. Thank you for your service. Dude, are you talking in the same old circle? Unravel yourself, then come back. Otherwise, we're done with you. A person. Yes, there are person A with long COVID and person B. Okay, but who is person B? So you're saying that there is a person that has all the exact same symptoms and had COVID, but they don't have long COVID. So what do they have? Like the problem, the thing is that we are calling long COVID people that have all these symptoms after they had COVID. Like what this is such a very weird made up group of people that you're making up. My point is assuming all is the same, including past medical history. Yeah, but what you're assuming is that there is a group of people that has all of these same symptoms and had COVID that don't have long COVID. There's no evidence of that. There isn't like this other group of people that just magically for some reason had the same conditions after they had COVID. There is no subset. There's no group B. Group B is a hypothetical thing in your imagination. It is not a real group of people. And so you're asking me and Kitty and everybody else, how do you distinguish between group of A, which are real people, and group of B, which are some group of people that exists only in your imagination? What is the objective difference between them? Well, group A exists, group B does not exist. That's your objective test. I miss Rainbow Kitty. Yeah, Rainbow Kitty isn't here today. I'm not Robin Olds. That's my your your avatar is Robin Olds. Ah. Where an American fighter pilot and general officer in the United States Air Force. He was a triple ace with a combined total of 16 victories in World War II and the Vietnam War. He retired in 1973 as a brigadier general after 30 years of service. Wow. Pretty cool. After he retired, he started a career where he would steal Oldsmobiles, thus living up to his name, Robin Olds. It's the Punch Show. Have you seen the movie, the movie Disney, the movie, the Disney? Have you seen the movie Disney Pixar Planes? I think you're asking, have you seen the Disney Pixar movie Planes? I have not. He's a crop duster that wants to learn how to be a racing plane. Oh, it's like a Cars version of, or a plane version of Cars. Do you have kids? Is that like you watched it with your kids or something? So he's anyway. The one guy is all mad that I answered his question without conceding his point, which is again a made up point. I'm done displaying his comments. How do you crop dusting at the grocery? How do you very, very carefully? My daughter fills belly planes with slur to put out while. Oh wow, that's cool. Slur, I assume, is the stuff that they dump on the fires. That's pretty cool. Your daughter must be kind of a badass. You figured it out when. No, I debunked your hypothetical as being unrealistic. The only person B doesn't exist. That's the problem. You invented a type of person that does not exist. You have not proven that there is a person B. I would say if person B just doesn't exist, person B also has long COVID. Long COVID is defined by somebody that had COVID and then has these symptoms. The fact they have those symptoms after having COVID, that is the test for long COVID. There's no people that have those symptoms and never had and never had COVID. There's no people that don't have those. And like there is no person B. There is no B class that exists. You're just inventing that B class. You're the symptoms are the test. We don't because COVID virus is relatively new. However, the herpes virus remains in the body. So it is possible the cold virus does as well. I don't know what this is in response to. I don't own any guns. I don't know what. I don't know who that is or what that means. Lost a tanker pilot in Montana last year, Marty. An air tanker pilot. Oh, man, sorry. I've seen people getting high from huffing dusters. Well, if they're in the plane, they're already high. Another pun for you. We're flying full on pun show here. From even seen from the sea breeze. Man, that's pretty that's pretty desperate if you're like sitting there trying to get high off of sea breeze. That's when you need to seek help. I crop dust that pretty regularly from the bedroom to the kitchen. I never had COVID. I take ivermectin. Well, lots of people that don't take ivermectin have also never had COVID, but there's no actual studies when show ivermectin helps. There's no objective studies that show that ivermectin helps. I've seen studies that have been debunked that have used other studies but there's no real actual evidence that ivermectin helps. And even if you look at the theory of why ivermectin would help, the dosages that you would need to take ivermectin at would be fatal. So, there's not even a logical reason to think that ivermectin would help. Rest his soul. I'm assuming you're talking about the pilot who died, which is sad. Somebody said something funny that I missed. Let's send Kelly some firearms for his birthday. Yeah, I don't want them. I think that studies show that the person most likely to die if you have a gun in your house is somebody in the house. I've managed to get through 58 years without ever needing to shoot anybody. Hopefully I can get it through the rest of my life without needing to shoot anybody. Yes, there are studies that show shots work. You obviously do not have any concept at all of how logic works or medicine or anything else. Did you know that 92% of healthcare workers no longer receive? I don't think that's true. I doubt that's true. So no, I don't know that, but I don't believe it either. Yes, such a made up thing, and nobody will respond other than to point out that no, person B doesn't exist. But you shut your mouth off. Well, thank you. Oh, it's true. No, it's not. All right, let's. No, the statement that 92% of healthcare workers do not take vaccines is false. The actual rates of vaccination among healthcare personnel are consistently high, especially for recommended vaccines like the annual influenza shot. For example, a January 2023 study found that nearly 96% of healthcare professionals or personnel had received at least one COVID-19 vaccine dose, and 82% had received a booster. Similar for 2023-24 flu vaccine, about 75.4% of U.S. healthcare personnel were vaccinated against influenza. It's actually 92% is a compliance rate, not a non-compliance rate. So, yeah, it is not true. Goodbye. Have a nice day. I hope you find a peaceful answer to your question. It's Mr. Know-It-All. Why the anger? It's funny. It's like if you actually do know something that contradicts what the Trump supporter audience, like whatever their narrative is, if you know something that contradicts that, then you're a know-it-all. You're bad. What if I never took a if you never took a COVID vaccine or booster? Um, what if you did? Nobody, like, I'm not saying that. I mean, obviously, if you never took a COVID vaccine, you couldn't have taken a booster. And yeah, about 10% of the people never have. Um, you're more likely to die of COVID if you get it. You're more likely to get long COVID if you get it. Um, but you have a legal right to not get it. I'm not saying you don't. I don't own any guns. I don't see a need to. Kitty has an armory. 20%. What is 20%? Oh, okay. So why are you asking questions if you don't want the answers? Like, why does it even matter? Why? It's funny. Like people that like are all about freedom and stuff seem to like be like the free. Like, okay, if you have freedom to own a gun, don't I have a freedom to not own a gun? I've gotten it multiple times. It's a freaking cold. Okay. A lot of people that died of it disagree. Like, I mean, you got a mild version of it. That's fine. Not everybody that gets it dies of it. It's not 100% fatal. Nobody's saying it does. But yeah, that doesn't mean that there aren't over 1 million people, that Americans, that are dead because of it. Okay, I don't know what that wink means. Are you suggesting that nobody died of COVID or that vaccines aren't real? Or it's like, why does everything have to devolve into this weird sort of thing with you guys? Yes, everybody that died of it is an unhealthy slob. And yet there are all kinds of unhealthy slobs that didn't die of it. And there are all kinds of healthy people that did die of it. Wasn't there, I think I think there was a Paul Paul Verellens. Oh, how about Victoria Lee? There are like athletes, MMA fighters that died of COVID that were like actually like really really took care of themselves. This idea that you know only people that died of it are slobs. Also, like the idea that because you were a little bit overweight or you have diabetes or high blood pressure you deserve to die. Like like 50% of the like the whole comorbidity thing. Like 50% of America has a comorbid more bibit more yeah, comorbidity. You said I okay, let me see. The last I heard I thought it was 90%. Okay. If it's 80%, I'm stand corrected, but I'm not dying on that hill. 81.3. So all right. 81.3. That's the accurate number. I wasn't, I was just you're still going on about that nonsense. Um oh wow, congratulations. Um I know some MAGA gentlemen that would probably like some. Maybe they should try it. There are no healthy fat people that yes, there are healthy people that died of it. Uh okay. Like this is like, this didn't happen, and then like you refute it with facts, and then it's like, oh, okay. Anyway, such a dumb thing to say. You think everybody that died of it was less healthy than you or something. Like that's just dumb. Though seriously, it was and it's like anybody less healthy than you deserves to die. Wow. Yeah, it was bad for some of those retirement homes and stuff. And they didn't know what was going on and kind of put everybody together where they were just like in death traps. Yes, there were car accident victims that died from COVID too. That there were people that were brought to hospitals that were in car accidents and then contracted COVID while they were in the hospital and died of COVID. Yes, that is a fact. Some people got COVID while they were in the hospital for other things and then died of COVID. Do you think that they were just making up a COVID diagnosis for people that died of a minor car accident? If you live a healthy lifestyle, you won't die from the cold or the flu statistically. No, no, that's not true. Um, Scamdemic. Oh, well, he said scamdemic, so that yes, healthy people died of COVID. Don't knock cocaine because you're too broke to afford the good powder. Apostrophe Ari. I'm done with all these people. It's like anyway. At least one guy is arguing in bad faith about long COVID, which is the subject. So many grandparents and so on. Uh, Immunocompromised should stay at home, not force me to take a vax. Um, so anybody that's immunocompromised should never have to leave their house. Never be allowed to leave their house or they die. And did who's forcing anybody to take a vax? Like we're a little bit about past that argument now. Nobody's forcing anybody to take a vax. And it's did anybody like hold you down and jam a needle in your arm? No, nobody. No, who forced you? What law was passed that said you had to be vaccinated? There were private businesses that said you had to be vaccinated to enter that business and show your vaccination card because they were trying to protect their other customers from people that had the disease that was actually killing people. Do private businesses have a right to refuse service to anybody? This is it's like an artificial construct. Nobody was forced to be vaccinated. Nobody is in prison for not being vaccinated. Democrats didn't force vaccinations on anybody. The closest thing anybody came was military vaccines, which military vaccines are as old as the Revolutionary War. And we wouldn't even be a country if it weren't for George Washington imposing a vaccination, what was then a vaccination of the entire military. We would have been destroyed before we even got to Valley Forge. Like, we only exist as a country because of vaccines and vaccine mandates on the military. I don't even know what that means. The federal money, I don't know. I don't know what federal money we got under Biden that you're talking about. There was federal money we got under Trump too. You know, okay. Sorry, dude, you are crazy. I don't know what I'm saying that's crazy. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The cold reality is that most Americans are fat and obese. Okay, so like, should we do we just like go out and start killing fat obese people? Donald Trump is obese. The world is only for the healthy people. It's like so weird that all of a sudden it's like, remember when Michelle Obama tried to get kids to diet and exercise, and the MAGAs just lost. Well, the pre-MAGAs, I don't know. They all lost their minds talking about how it was communist. If you're a federal worker, are you okay? So you're a federal contractor? Yes. So as a federal contractor, as a employer, they had the right to have vaccine requirements, just like they always have. And you know, that's a different thing. You did not have to get the contract. You could have, I think for the federal contractor ones, there was, there was either you get vaccinated or you get like weekly testing or semi-weekly testing or something, like you had to get tested every 2 weeks. There was a testing alternative for federal contractors. So you didn't have to get vaccinated. It was just a pain in the butt to not get contracted. But it's also a pain in the butt to not get, like to get COVID is also a pain in the butt. And with when you're dealing with a workforce where you have like more the person than just you to deal with, then that's not an unusual thing. Like, the federal government has its right to protect other workers from you getting COVID. It's not forcing you to get a shot, it's protecting other people from getting COVID. Not everybody can get vaccinated. Some people are allergic. Some people have other conditions which prevent them from getting. So they're looking for herd immunity. They're looking for enough percentage of people to get vaccinated so that the people that can't be vaccinated can be protected. Have a nice night, Kelly. Happy New Year. Thank you. And enjoy your new balls. They lost those. No, the military lost the lawsuit, I think. Anyway, this Supreme Court is. I don't take anything they say seriously. They've done a lot of things that were not previously considered, the rule of law or whatever. But anyway, the point is that it wasn't about you being forced to get vaccinated. It was about protecting people from the disease from people that didn't get vaccinated. But I think the ones that lost the lawsuit to were the military. It wasn't the military contractor lawsuit. It was the military lawsuit. But I could be wrong. I have to look it up. And just that's based on my memory. Because the military, when they didn't have the alternative to get tested, they can leave their house at their own risk. Okay. I don't, why is it a choice? Like it's not like this is so weird. Every time, like, why do you have to break the world down to us and them? Like half the world has to tiptoe around you so that you can protect your right to get COVID. Nobody forced you to get Wu flu shot. Really? No, nobody did. Nobody did. Nobody. Nobody. Not one single person was held down and had the needle jammed into their arm. This is such a weird take. It's like, oh, fat people, fat people. Like, stop talking about fat people as though that matters. But it has believe. Honestly, the fact that anyone is afraid of a little needle containing a dead, and it's not, and this wasn't even containing a virus. They were not forced upon the public. Most people, most of the people that got the virus wanted it, or wanted the most of the people that wanted the vaccine, most of the people that were vaccinated wanted the vaccination. They were not forced upon on the public. Most people were like excited. I remember like they were posting pictures of and videos of getting vaccinated. They were so thrilled. I have one lung. I felt like I was liberated. No, Democrats did not make it mandatory, so I'm not lying. The federal vaccine, the vaccine mandate for federal workers only applied to federal workers and did not apply to the population in general. And you always had the option of just like getting a different job if you wanted. Okay. So that's your employer, A, and B, you could just chosen a different job. You were given a choice. You made a choice. You were not given an ultimatum of like you weren't forced to get one. You had the choice to not get one. That choice meant leaving your job, but you still had the choice to leave your job. A lot of Doge, lot of people right now that work in the Trump administration are being forced to make the same choices to either endorse Trump or leave their job. They have, why is that any different for you? At least this was to protect their workers. I mean, you're a healthcare worker. Like, so that means that they also wanted patients to be protected. Always with the mom's basement arguments. The same people that never leave their own bubble think that everybody that is not in their bubble never leaves their mom's basement. Like, you go out and have conversations with regular people. 81% of the population is vaccinated, 19% isn't. So which is bigger, 81 or 19? Washington famously forced troops to contract small. No, he forced them to get vaccinated. He did not force them to get smallpox. And there was no cure. That's the problem. They were the way they would do it is they had these like dried And like from the smallpox sores, they would pop the sores and they take the pus or whatever and they dry it and they crack it and then they blow it up people's noses. And that was like the early back. That's what they had then. And people would get a mild case of the disease because they would be chosen for mild cases of the disease. And yes, about I think like 1% of the people would die from it, but that was 30 versus 30% of the people that would die from smallpox itself. And yeah, by the way, there were people dying of smallpox itself that were actually getting the disease, which is why George Washington immunized people from it. And also, by the way, it's the reason we won the revolution. Well, we wouldn't have won the revolution if he hadn't done that. Okay, I'm a brain dead idiot. Thank you for faring me well. I appreciate the insults and hostile departure. Uh, yeah, well, Ozempic. He was pretty fat when he got COVID, though, wasn't he? Honestly, and he's actually still pretty fat. I mean, he's still clinically obese if we're not looking at his official. I mean, but you can tell by the look of him, he doesn't look like a skinny man. It's scary how many don't actually understand the concept of herd immunity. Is why we have so many illnesses. If we had had another 10% just go along with the program, we'd have a lot more people alive and a lot less problems in this country. Donald Trump, okay, whatever he was 10 years ago, he's still a fascist now. Uh, what a weird thing to say. Federal government lost the lawsuit after P. Okay. Um, I'm not going to argue that. Uh, law, vaccine mandates are not a new thing, and they've been, going on for hundreds of years. Uh, Honestly, the lunch sucks, but I mean, like the Supreme Court changed whatever precedent there was. This was not the first time in history there was a vaccine mandate in this country. There's been many of them that have been upheld. You have the right to not take a shot. Okay. Well, this is like, why are we even on this? The point is that long COVID is, I don't know why we're talking about this. Okay, I get it. They lost the lawsuit. Why is it okay for you that Trump forces people to do things or lose their job? The point is that we're talking about long COVID, not a 3-year-old lawsuit about vaccine mandates. And I think that, the stupid arguments around not getting vaccinated are just stupid. I'm trying to avoid that whole topic. You know, I do not feel that the vaccine mandates were wrong. I think that there was an option. If I seem to recall pretty clearly, there was an option for getting regular testing. I might be wrong. If I'm wrong on that, I'm wrong on that. But still, I don't feel that vaccine mandates are morally wrong. I don't think that protecting your own employers from other people that don't care if they get a fatal disease or not and pass it on is conscionable. I don't understand why somebody would think I could actually get a disease and pass it on to somebody that dies because I didn't want to get a shot, boo boo, and think that they're making a moral decision. Like if you knew that you were going to get COVID and that somebody you knew and loved were going to get it from you and then die as a result of it, would you get COVID? Would you get vaccinated? If you knew that you getting vaccinated would save somebody else's life, would you do it? Why wouldn't you? Why does it need to be secured in your logic that that has to happen in order for you to even take the risk? Why is it like people are do you know that you could save somebody else's life by being vaccinated? Why does that not matter? They tried to use OSHA to put people. Man, everybody's people who whined about fat people never advocate for the regulations needed to make, and they got all upset with Michelle Obama. Remember that? Like it's not just me, right? Like there was all the hysteria over Michelle Obama being a communist because she wanted to take junk food out of schools because kids were getting obese. I don't think it was that many. And when I was in the military, I got vaccinated on day 2. They marched us in there and they shot us full of stuff. Didn't tell us what was in it or anything. Okay, good. 63 years old, doesn't matter. COVID only existed for 5 years. Okay, well, still smarter than you. You have no choice to get one. Man, everybody just. All right, were you forced to get one? Did anybody hold you down and jam a needle into your arm and then inject you? No. Then shut up. If you're Yes, okay, so you had to choose between your job and getting a shot. That does not mean you were forced. That might mean you were compelled to a certain degree, but it doesn't mean you were forced. You still had an alternative. You're an idiot. I can tell that the lunch is provided by schools. I don't even know what you're talking about there. You're talking about the machine. Oh, good. You're an idiot. I love it when people say you're an idiot and spell you're wrong. Like, because nothing tells me that I'm an idiot more than somebody that doesn't know how apostrophes work. But you can tell me that lunches provided by schools didn't provide enough nutrition for those that were active, like whatever that means. Like what are you making up that didn't provide enough nutrition? How did it not? Like as opposed to like the juice, the canned soda and hot dogs that they were getting. Like somehow they were getting more nutrition before she said, let's get rid of junk food and start serving real food. Sit down. What if the people who got a shot still spreading COVID? Yes, but you're much less likely to spread COVID if you've had a shot. And at least you took action to try to stop it. Like, it's like you could have done something and didn't do it. It's different than if you could have done something and did do it. No, it's not being forced. It's being given an alternative. The mask protected everybody. The mask protected to a point, yes. But not only if only the mask worked better. It was more about remember, it's not for me, it's for you. Mask protected by people breathing out, not breathing in. You were less likely to breathe out COVID particles that were large enough to infect people. So it was more about if you had COVID and you wore the mask and everybody wore the mask, then nobody could spread it. It's not that you couldn't catch it, it was that you couldn't spread it. I don't even know what that means. Um, and people getting upset because Trump and takes junk food off EBT. Nobody's upset that Trump is not. Okay, this is like a nonsensical thing. This is a whole thing that is entirely made up by the right wing. But I think the issue is not that junk food was taken off of EBT, which I don't even know if it was or not. The issue is that a lot of people that live in food deserts don't have access to real food. And we need to find out ways to give people real food. I am a big advocate for getting people real food. You are welcome to join the train I have been on for years. I agree that poor people need to eat real food. I also think that they need to have real food available to eat. Okay, I'm an idiot. And thank you for at least avoiding the your. But how do you feel now? Like when federal prosecutors are told you have to prosecute somebody that you do not feel warrants charges or you're fired. Do you feel like that's okay? Why is it okay that this ultimatum of get a vaccine that could save other people's lives is, or get another job, that you're not okay with that, but you're okay with ruin somebody's life out of a political vendetta or get another job? Why is it that that's okay with you? Why is it that you're okay with Donald Trump firing people for purely partisan political reasons? You're okay with that, but not for a vaccine mandate. Why is that different to you? I played sports. I burned more calories. Okay, but you didn't say calories. You said nutrition. And it's not like people were being limited in the number of calories they have. It was just a change in the type of food that they were fed. Like they were given spaghetti instead of uh hamburgers. Didn't provide enough nutrition, so don't provide anything at all. If schools had a brain, they would provide healthy and yeah, I think that they should, I get should be calorically enough food, but it should also have actual nutrition to it. Empty calories don't feed anybody. Or like don't help. Like we need actual nutritious food. When you go to Europe, you'll find out that the kids eat incredibly healthy, handcrafted meals at school, and they exercise. And yeah, actually, I think if you're eating healthier food, you're more likely to want to participate in exercise. The food isn't making you feel sluggish. And if you go to Europe, you don't see nearly as much as obesity. I've lived there, and you just I don't know what that means. Um, there are massive groups of people that have long COVID and all sorts of symptoms from it. It's in their blood. What the? Oh, is he? Are we back to that? Yeah, he's. We've had this conversation with. Not. I stopped reading his comments. I burned over 7,000 calories a day back in high school. Wow. Um, I don't know how many calories I used when I was in high school. Man, I burned through calories a lot. Um, I don't know if it was 7,000 a day, but I'd go to gym class in the first period, run a couple of miles, and then we do our gym class, and then I'd play football during recess, and after recess, I go home, I play a set or two of tennis or a game of basketball with some friends, and then I was a lifeguard. I'd go and I'd swim a mile in the pool. I burned a lot of calories, but I don't know if it was 7,000 a day. So this is on. Uh, got a sidebar here going on about whether or not you should feed kids vegan diet. You're basically making a straw man saying this. No, I know. I'm talking about. I'm not making a straw man argument. I'm talking about the logical choice between like giving people ultimatums. Either do this or lose your job. Either if that is something you're against or for. Like I would say I'm much more comfortable with an ultimatum. Get a shot that protects other people's lives or get a different job. Like I'm comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with go and destroy this person's life or get another job. But either way, if you're giving somebody an ultimatum and their job is the leverage for that ultimatum, how is that different? How is that a straw man? No, no, that is. If you're going to say a vaccine mandate is not a choice because if you don't do it, you're fired, then then you're saying that's the ultimatum. So what if something else you have to do or you're fired? I'm saying it depends on what you're being asked to do makes a difference. If if what somebody is being asked to do is to save and protect the lives of the other people that work there, then yeah, I'm okay with it. If it's just to destroy somebody else's life out of a political vendetta, then I'm not okay with it. Wait, find it. Okay. Matt, have you tried grinding your own? Have you tried milling your own flour and stuff? You seem like you might be open to something like that. Like I'm like one. I would love it if everybody could mill their. And it's like it's actually a lot healthier. It's a lot more filling. Like I can make like a slice of bread can be like a food or a meal. It's like so much heartier and more filling. No, I do not think Kamala and Tim Walz tenderly kissed. I think they're both happily married to other people. Something in Cyrillic that I don't know what means. All right, so we're zeroing in on 4.5 hours now. So I'm actually think I'm gonna have to bump because of reasons. So hey, welcome back again, Skippy. All right, guys. I'll see you again on Monday, and I hope you enjoy the last week of the NFL. And if you watch football. Anyway, I will talk to you later. Thanks for joining me. Talk to you later. Bye.